father like son, talk to your Amalekites. You ain't Jew at all, you're an Edomite. You're the seed of the serpent, enemy of the Israelites. Now you're calling us terrorists on your fake news. Call us anti-Semitic when we the real Jews. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not. They're the synagogue of Satan, do propaganda and lies. They want the world to hate God's chosen people. They the ones who evil, who funded all the wars and want you to ignore that they the puppet masters, controlling the world behind closed curtains, who speak peace but send destruction. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not. They're the synagogue of Satan. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not, and do lie. A servant's not greater than his master. He warned us of these days, said we'll be persecuted for his name's sake. The tribulations of Jake is something we must endure. Gird your minds, make your election sure. Many should be killed, many will be martyred. It's a glorious thing to die like the prophets. Many should escape, be a highest will. Y'all should promise to gather us on this holy hill. One thing's for certain, and two things for sure. You can't defy prophecy, this is how it must go. Promise recompenses people when the trumpets blow. Israel don't faint, Yasha's at the door. The strength will be in their policies and they will change laws to make us the enemies of the whole world. All disciples of Yasha will label terrorists from the least.
Yes, get it right today.
Don't be ashamed of the
Stay out the kitchen.
Won't be forgiven if you go amiss. He'll say you don't know you ain't one of his. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not. They're the synagogue of Satan. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not, and do lie. If we was part of this world, the whole world would love us. We're disciples of Christ. They plotting to destroy us, to captivate our faith, and kill without a cause.
I don't know about you, but I'm down for the cause.
The wicked envy the righteous, but innocent blood is shed. You bruise his heel, he's gonna bruise your head.
These are the same Romans.
Some call them Caucasians. Satan gave him his seat, and we can all the nations. One thing's for certain, and two things for sure. You can't defy prophecy, this is how it must go. Promise recompenses people when the trumpets blow. Israel don't faint, Yasha's at the door. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not. They're the synagogue of Satan. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not, and do lie. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not. They're the synagogue of Satan. I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they not, and do lie.
All right. Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom.
How everybody doing today? Great. All praise to the Most High Ahayah. Speaking about Ahayah, all hell Ahayah.
All hell Ahayah.
May his holy name be blessed. Let's get started. I am Elder Ma'ad. This is Brother Iran to my left from Awakening the Heights Lake Church. As always, here to present you another Sabbath lesson through the Spirit of the Most High. Today's title is going to deal with more than just the title, because I pray that this is an opportunity for all those who don't know to thoroughly get an understanding of who they are in the sight of God, not in the sight of men. So it's been consistent that when anyone says they're Hebrew or Jew, there's pushback from a pseudo people. And I want to be careful how I say this word, because I don't want it to flag us. But our Bible says that this people that will be our enemies and will rule over us, they will use their law to their advantage. It says their strength would be in their law. So knowing their host, their conspiracy, as the Bible calls it, a conspiracy. Matter of fact, Nemo, trying to get that book. But the Bible says that these people will conspire together to take our identity or to hijack our identity. Okay? In Psalms 83, we can read that. As it says here, verse 3, verse 1 says, keep not thy silent, O Ahayah, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Ahayah, for lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel or deceitful counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Then it goes down and tell us how they will deceive us. In verse 12, it says, who said, let us take to ourselves the house of God in our possession. So through religion and laws, they would make this plan come to pass. So they pass a law, and it's a serious law that a protection. They created a law to protect their lie. Okay, and it's called anti-tism. I'm gonna leave it like that. Yes. Oh, so first and foremost, let's get what that means. For those who, I don't want to say the word because I don't want to flag and take our video down. So, anti-tism, okay? Meaning that, you come from Shem, okay? But more importantly, it's deeper than that, and I'm going to get into the deception of that lie. To be that's hostility towards or discrimination against, I'm gonna say Jews as a religion, ethnic and or racial group. They don't use the lateral two. They use the first one. We're going to show a video where a news reporter is interviewing Kanye West. And you can see the fulfillment of the prophecy of who's ruling and who ain't. The news reporter is reminding him and acting in his proper role in their kingdom, telling him basically how to think and how to behave. If you don't behave as we say, then we deem you as mental ill. And truthfully, Kanye West is telling the absolute truth. He's even saying it's his experiences. How are you going to tell me how I feel? About how I feel, right? But warning him that, be cautious because you know what's coming behind this in a subliminal way. But he never said anything about their faith. Never, not one time. I watched multiple interviews with him. He never one time attacked their so-called faith, which we're going to show you that it's not what we inherited. It's what they created, and they call it Judaism. They don't keep the laws at all. They hate Christ. But they created a law to protect anyone for attacking them any way, shape, form, fashion. Now, I'm going to show you some pictures of I'm going to go and say it now. I'm about tired of hiding. I'm going to show you some pictures of what really is anti-Semitic. In this lesson, we're going to, through these precepts, show you because what they're really saying is they've hijacked the promise that our God gave to our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But what they're not even, now truthfully, they are Shemitic people. They from Abraham and Isaac. But they're not even, they create that term of protection because they know they come from Abraham. But remember, Isaac had twins. We don't get into their stories. And they were two nations contrary to one another, fighting in their mother's womb for prophetically dominion. They said they'd be separated from thy bowels. They're two manner of people. They're two different people. They're two different nations. So you may have twins today, and they're the same nation, but the Most High did this, created this. Two different nations. One will come out with red hair and without melanin, and the other one will be like we are today. But they're hijacking the promise that was only given to the promised child, Jacob. Okay? So, they're deeming themselves as the chosen race of the Most High. Esau was not that chosen race. Jacob is who the Most High will use to make this special nation, which we're going to get into and prove through precepts. So they have deceived the whole world to believe that they're the chosen people of God. And they're not. That's why I call them a pseudo people, a false people. Okay? But I want to show you some pictures of what it's a definition of that word. Let's get some pictures. Let me show you. Yeah. Do y'all see this? This right here. We're going to show you about 6-7 clips. Lil Nas X. This is anti-Semitic. This is an attack against our culture, attack against our laws that the Most High said, first of all, a man is not to dress with women apparel. So anything contrary to our God's laws is anti-Christ. Okay? It's an attack against the people of Christ. Okay? Also, if a man lie with a man as he lie with a woman, he or she is if a woman does the same with a woman as she lie with a man, they are deemed by the Most High God an abomination. So anyone that would teach and promote this is anti-Christ. I'm going to leave it at that. Next. Now, here's Jaden Smith. This came out. He did a show. He came out and said that his longtime, lifetime friend's always been his boyfriend. So, since he was a child, him and Tyler, I think his name Tyler, I think his name is Tyler. Some guy that he's in business with. He's been friends with since he was a kid. But he came on stage not too long ago and announced publicly that that's always been his boyfriend. That's anti-Christ. But this world, this music, the entertainment industry is promoting and pushing that. Like, you think it's not, like, seriously, why is it so important for somebody to come out? Have you ever heard anybody come out and say, I'm straight? Somebody right now say they're heterosexual is not going to get a second of TV time or airtime. So why is it so important for them to so-called come out the closet? Because it's power in it's what the Bible says. Satan is the god of the air, and through the technologies that he have created with the ways of the air, there's power, there's spells cast on people through the air, through the TV waves, and through the music waves. So what children see and hear outside of their households, they would do. Okay? Next picture. Megan Thee Stallion. That's anti-Semitic. Antichrist. The Bible says that we are not to cause our daughters to be whores. We are not to dress as harlots. But what's promoted? Now, the definition was hostility towards an ethnic group or their religion or race as a people. That's hostility. This is why we in captivity, people. This is hostility towards the children of God. Hatred. Promoting things that our God hates. Next precept. It's Cardi B. Hostility towards our God and our people, which is the true definition of what they say it is. Next picture. Future. Y'all may sit back and wonder why you got Future up there. Can somebody tell me why I have Future up there? Picture of Future. Hold on. Microphone, brother.
Because of his lyrics and the things that he promote, drug uses and all that type of stuff.
Exactly. He is one of the ones, along with Snoop Dogg, that they have used to promote the use of narcotics. You can't see it? Oh. Notice how Snoop Dogg was one of the main artists that they used to promote smoking weed, knowing that they was going to pass the laws that they passed to so-called legalize marijuana, which is abomination to the Most High. Future, along with all the other people that I show, have tattooed their bodies. You know, it's against the law for us to tattoo our body. But this is the brother that they have used outside of Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg only promoted weed. Now this brother, he's been promoting Xanax and all kind of things I ain't even heard of. But now our children are out here on multiple drugs. Like I was just confounded. I mean, I'm like in the barbershop a couple weeks ago and they telling me what these kids are doing. I mean, I thought heroin was enough. Every heroin addict I knew was nodding off out of existence for a minute. So I guess they said they don't want to nod, they want to have that and be excited, so they mix heroin with cocaine, which cut with fentanyl. I'm like, how high do these folks want to be? I mean, I'm serious. They mixing drugs, liquor. I mean, it's crazy, but it all comes from what these demons are promoted on our people. They have destroyed our people. And if this ain't hostility towards a particular group of people, I don't know what is. But it's okay to be done against God's people. We can't do it against them, though. For those who don't understand this, I'm telling you, they pass these laws to protect people against us. Like I said a couple weeks ago, when it comes to the Chinese people, they created a fake scene where somebody black attacked or supposed to attack some Chinese person. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I have never lived in a community with Chinese people. They own the store. They come and get their money. Y'all feed them and buy them houses and make them rich, and they get out your community. Right now, if you had your daughter or your son outside selling lemonade, they would not come to the stand and spend 10 cents on the 25 cent on a cup of lemonade to support you. We continue to support our enemies, which is a curse, people. But they don't. So, all in all, knowing that the time is at hand where nation will fight against nation. So he passing all these laws. So when we push back, we go to prison and get killed legally. One attack, so-called attack on the Chinese people, the next day they got laws passed. Thousands of years against our people, ain't one law passed to protect us.
You gotta be patient.
Yeah, you got patient. Change will come. Like Sam Cooke, change will come. Next picture. LeBron James. How is this antichrist, anti-Shemitic? Get Sister Shiva the microphone, please.
They made him an idol. Kids want to be him instead of like the Most High.
The Jewish people made him an idol. We read back in the Maccabean dynasty that it was the Grecians who first came up with this idea of sports to seduce God's children, to finance God's children, to one day become and to have ambition to be like this false hope right here and not like Christ. Why do I call it a false hope?
False hope.
Why? How this a false hope? Yes, Brother Baruch.
Because we're programmed to see it as a form of salvation through making the money from doing it. So it's like the thing that they teach us to seek out, like above all else.
He says they have taught us and programmed us to believe that this is a form of salvation. So families thoroughly invest in their children, training to become a professional athlete, but don't invest nothing into them being a righteous servant of the Most High. And again, he's tattooed up and live a life of debauchery, a life of sin. So it don't matter the morals of the idol. It's the gold on the other side of the rainbow that we focus on. Thinking that's, like you said, thinking godliness is gain. So because he has a lot of money, the world deem him as someone that's blessed by God. And he's programmed to lead that. This is hostility towards our people. Because this world and the lust thereof should pass away. There'll be no basketball players, football players, tennis players, rappers rapping about, speaking about rapping, not just the drug use, but we say this often, but they spend billions of dollars getting these tools to promote the destruction of our nation. Anything positive, you won't hear it. The #1 selling albums are drill music. Drill music is talking solely about killing your own people. I don't hear no other nation of people glorifying the killing of their own people. I don't see a whole bunch of videos. I don't watch a lot of videos, but I was bet my bottom dollar that we are the only people that's targeted when it comes to the how music has just become sexualized. It promotes a strange lifestyle to the Most High, an unseemly lifestyle to the Most High. Romans chapter 2. So we know Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, they all promote homosexuality, lesbianism. Verse 24 says, wherefore the Most High also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worship and serve the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause Ahayah gave them up into vile affections. So these Jewish people spending billions of dollars to promote vile affections. That's hostility towards God's people. Chapter 2, verse 24. And it says, verse 26, for this cause Ahayah gave them up into vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. Romans. Also, I said 2 on my thing. I'm sorry. Sometimes we get confused because it shows chapter 2. And likewise, also the men leaving the natural use of the woman. So there's a natural use. We read last week in the lesson that the Most High gave men women to impregnate. That's the natural use. That's the natural cause or premise of having sex. Before pleasure is to procreate. He didn't say go have fun. He said go out, multiply, become many. And likewise also the men leaving their natural use of women burn in their lust one towards another, men with men working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which is meat. And even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. So anything contrary to that is hostility towards our people, who are the people of God. Yes. This whole way of life that we know it would pass away, son. Okay. We're trying to, son, in God's kingdom, He said that we'll have perfect happiness. None of us know what that is, but we're fighting to get to that, to the kingdom, to understand and live perfect happiness. So things that would make us happy in the kingdom are not the same things that make us happy in Satan's kingdom. This is why we keep His laws, to see what the Most High would bless us with. We won't even think about the things we're thinking about right now in paradise. Okay? We'll talk about that later, though, okay? Next picture, if it is one. 50 Cent. An abomination. Hold on. Now, this is what you call proper education. To be servants of God, we must love the things that God loves, hate what he hates, and have the same perception as he does. Now, Sister Shiva said that they had made this person an idol. This is what Christ says about the people that those that rule over us make as our idols. Luke chapter 16, verse 15 says, this is out the Messiah's mouth, not mine. And he said unto them, ye are they which justify yourselves before men, but God knoweth your hearts. For that which is highly esteemed among men is an abomination in the sight of God. For that which is highly esteemed in the sight of men is an abomination in the sight of God. So all our idols are abominations. What godly does 50 Cent promotes? Nothing. We all love his shows. I watch his show, but it's nothing godly. They're using these people to destroy our people. But those who understand, a false prophet is not just a minister. These are false prophets too. They're being used to deceive our people. That's the last picture. Planned Parenthood. Anti-Semitic. Let's read it. Let's read some of the article. Did you put the article in there? No, you did? Okay. Read that, brother.
Planned Parenthood. It says fact check. Was Planned Parenthood?
Stop right there. Now, that's the thing that kills me. They come up with this new thing called facts check. And Christ said that they lie. So if it's not according to their narrative, it's a lie. So I'm saying it again. If it's not in harmony with their lie, it's a lie. Yes, brother.
Yeah, I just want to add, also with the fake news, their so-called fake news, anything like exactly what you said. Yeah.
Contrary to their lie. Because it's crazy, right? Years ago, I did all this research. And everything I've gone back to try to find is gone off YouTube. Everything. I asked you all to look up in a song I did about the King Alfred plan. It's gone. Yeah. I mean, this is one thing, but everything, I mean, a lot of research, I cannot find it. They are totally controlling the narrative now. Read.
Fact check. Was Planned Parenthood started to control the black population? Ben Carson alleged in an interview with Fox News Wednesday that Planned Parenthood puts most of its clinics in black neighborhoods to control the population, and that its founder, Margaret Sanger, was not particularly enamored with black people. Planned Parenthood has been a target on the campaign trail after a series of sting videos was released alleging the organization illegally profits from selling aborted fetal tissue. Carson, a famed neurosurgeon turned Republican presidential candidate, has been a vocal opponent of the group. He was also in the news this week after reports surfaced that he once used aborted fetal tissue for research. Here's a closer look at Carson's comments. What Carson said. On Fox News Wednesday, Carson was asked about Democrats' criticism that Republicans who want to defund Planned Parenthood are waging a war on women. He responded, "Maybe I am not objective when it comes to Planned Parenthood, but I know who Margaret Sanger is, and I know that she believed in eugenics, and that she was not particularly enamored with black people. And one of the reasons you find most of their clinics in black neighborhoods is so that you can find a way to control that population. I think people should go back and read about Margaret Sanger, who founded this place. A woman, Hillary Clinton, by the way, says that she admires. Look and see what many people in Nazi Germany thought about her. It's not the first time Planned Parenthood has faced criticism about its founder and the placement of its clinics. Former presidential candidate Herman Cain made a similar statement in 2011. What Planned Parenthood said. In response, Planned Parenthood said Carson was not only wrong on the facts, he's flat out insulting. Alencia Johnson, assistant director of Constituency Communications, told NPR. Does he think that black women are somehow less capable of making the deeply personal decision about whether to end a pregnancy than other women? It's a shame that a doctor who should understand the barriers black women face assessing high-quality preventative and reproductive health care services would pander so clearly to anti-abortion extremists on the right.
We're going to stop right there. So they tell women that they have the right to decide, to choose life or death. What does the law say? Thou should not kill. Thou should not murder. So to prevent this even coming into a situation where there's a decision that has to be made, the law said thou should not fornicate. If we kept God's law, there'd be no reason to abort. Because we were married before we have intercourse, and that's the blessing that the Most High has given us. So could we break God's law? We want to murder the blessing. This is hostility towards our people. And people understand the statistics of how many of our babies are slaughtered through Planned Parenthood. It was once said that it was more black babies being killed that was being born in New York. But I'm going to read something to you. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 1 says, I myself also am a mortal man, like to all. Now, this is King Solomon being inspired by the Holy Spirit, but this is speaking not only of Solomon, but also the Messiah, who was to come and have came to the earth. I myself also am a mortal man, like to all. So every mortal man and woman has come this way. And the offspring of him that was first made of the earth. Talking about Adam. Going to the beginning. And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months. So from conception into the 10-month span, the Most High was doing his thing. So showing that life starts at conception. Not at the 3 months, 4 months, 2 months, or whatever they put this time period. No, at conception, life is formed. Fashioned in the flesh, so it's a work being done. Being compacted in blood of the seed of man. See? The seed of man is, you know what that is. And the pleasure that came with sleep. And when I was born, I drew in the common air and fell upon the earth, which is of like nature. And the first voice which I uttered was crying, as all others do. I was nursed in swaddling clothes, and that with cares. For there is no king that had any other beginning of birth. For all men have one interest into life, and the light going out. Messiah right there is killing the lie of immaculate birth. All men come this way. That's why we read in Matthew chapter 1, prior to talking about Mary, it talks about how all those men was born up into Christ. Who Christ came from. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judah. Same way. Come in one way, go out the same way. That all men do. So he's showing that from the conception, it's a living thing. It's becoming a living soul. Yes.
To elaborate on the point you just made, I seen something on Facebook or whatever one day, and they said the most dangerous place for a black person is in the mother's womb.
Most dangerous. Somebody stated that the most dangerous place for a black person is in the mother's womb. Before I get going, I want to give a Shabbat Shalom to all those who've been riding with us. Shabbat Shalom, family. So, I want to get that out, okay? Because the whole world is anti-Semitic. As my son said, the former things, no, the present course of life, the present life that has been promoted to us, everything that we see and hear is hostility towards our people. Promoted, funded by an adversary who has hijacked our identity. But even with that, they're smooth and cunning with it. They don't call themselves Israelites. They never once called themselves Israelites or Hebrews. They call themselves Jewish people. Jewish or Ish means something like. Have you ever heard of a Asianish person? You blackish. You something like black, but you ain't black. You brown. But your hair black though, so it's a difference between your face and your hair. So you're blackish. Hey. But they telling you they know that. See, and here's the thing too. The Romans first started calling us Jews because we was in the land of Judea, the southern kingdom. So, like I said in the song, Jews come from Jacob. We don't come from Esau. They cannot be the people which we about to prove right now. Okay? So, like, I wish I had opportunity to talk to Kanye West because he know who he is, but obviously he don't know the doctrine that come along with the acknowledgement of being a Hebrew. And I was telling Brother Rick and Iran, I think it was a couple days ago, hey, one thing I know, that brother is not crazy. And I have not heard him lie at all. This brother would be the next one to be out of here. Mark my word, they're about to kill him. Somehow he gonna be deemed crazy, and before you know it, he was changing the flat tie, and a bald eagle came and scooped him up and ate him. I'm sorry, exterminate him. Something that you just can't believe happened to him. The man's a billionaire, he ain't chasing no ties, bet that. But somehow, just one day, he wanted to prove that he forgot how to change the tie, and he was exterminated. But it's coming. But he's telling the truth. This is his experiences. He's saying that when he say that, what he's saying, no, he's tired of being controlled by these people. He's trying to expose how they're operating. That's all he's doing. But the thing about it, like he was mistaken when he says, I'm Moses. Nah, brother. The next Moses is the Messiah. You're not the Messiah, and that's the only thing that he's wrong at. But his passion for his people to get salvation is great. It's just misdirected. I say I wish I was able to talk to him and teach him the doctrine. Be Most High will, he would hear it and change his life. You know, because I had a problem with him calling himself a Christian. Well, I can't say that because that's what Christians do. They fornicate. So, no, he passed up. He openly out here laying with women in magazines. I'm like, well, that's what they do. So, anyway, let's open up this Bible.
First precept, Exodus chapter 3, verse 6.
So for all those who never heard it, what I'm about to read right now through these precepts, we're about to read the origin of an Israelite. Okay? Starting with our fathers, the Hebrews, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob's children, his 12 sons, were the first Israelites on the earth. Jacob was not an Israelite. He was a Hebrew. His children were Israelites. God, we're going to read, he changed his name to Israel. And biblically, all fathers' sons were named after them, like Shem. We're Shemites, because Ike means you're a descendant of Shem. Israelites mean you are a descendant of Israel, the man. Not the landmass, the country, the man. Okay? So, let's get it.
Exodus chapter 3, verse 6. And it reads, Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
Now stop right there. Had the Most High ever said he was the God of Esau? Those who understand, Esau is the father of the so-called white people or Romans. I'm going to read some to y'all out of these books. They're telling on themselves. See that? Rome is Edom. The Roman Empire, the empire of the Edomites. There's a million books. We got out of this one too. The 13th tribe. Okay? Proving that they're not the people. Okay? That the Most High is referring to when it comes to his promises and who Christ will come through. Okay? Let's get it. So the Most High is showing us who he's the God of. Now, there's a whole world in existence at this time, but he's not the God of the whole world. He said he's the God of who?
Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon the Most High.
Moses came from Jacob, from Jacob's son Levi. Moses and Aaron were Levites, meaning they came from Jacob's son, or Israel's son Levi, which make them Levites from the 12 tribes of Israel. Israelites. These are Israelites. They are not a religion. This is their bloodline, according to the Bible. And this is for all those who believe in the Bible, and faith is based off the Bible. Anyone that don't believe in the Bible, I pray you had ears to hear and you start to believe in the Bible, because the Most High is about to show you who you are. Okay? We ain't African Americans. We ain't black people. We ain't colored people. We ain't Negroes. We ain't Spics. We ain't Mexicans. We ain't Indians. We're not Puerto Rican. We're not Jamaican. Israelites. The people of the Bible. The chosen people of God. The God of the Hebrews. Read. The God of all gods, who created heaven and the earth and all that's therein. Read.
Next precept, Genesis chapter 25, verses 19 through 34.
So during this reading, we're gonna like the Bible says, here little, there little, here little, there little. We're gonna be skipping back and forth from past time to past time, but from Abraham, Isaac's time to Christ's time, so we gonna get this thing, okay?
Genesis chapter 25, verse 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac.
See, that's how the nation is created, through the man. Abraham begot Isaac, meaning through the seed of Abraham came his son, Isaac. We're saying this because it comes with this right here, comes a covenant, a contract with God, and promises in line with that contract. If the children of these people follow the contract. And these Jewish people have hijacked our heritage, our identity, and saying that through this promise, what the Bible says that these people will go into captivity and they will come back to, God will bring them back to their land. They're saying that the Holy Cross is our Holy Cross. We're still in a Holocaust. Every day, it's a Holocaust. Holocaust is a sacrifice. They're exterminating our people. Our people are losing their lives to advance their power. Their God requires a blood sacrifice. Okay? So, massively, through many cunning ways, they're exterminating our people. Not this one shot. I'm talking about this is perpetual. One song this is how powerful it is. One song, one movie has and is destroying generations of our people. I was talking to some brothers yesterday in the barbershop. I'm like, understand this. When they push crack cocaine in our neighborhoods, what was the hottest, most looked at movie at that time? Scarface. They put the cheese in the neighborhood and gave us a visual of what we can become. Because Scarface came from nothing. It was rich. In every ghetto in America, the rats was chasing the cheese, trying to get out of the cage and be free. Thinking money would free us, solve our problems. We killed, we robbed for the cheese. A generation, one movie, and from that came what? Right along with it, gangster music. That's anti-Semitic. But we can't, what I'm saying right now is hate speech. How? That's what Kanye West is saying. How? I'm a Jew. I'm trying to show my people the real, what's really going on. Hate speech. Hey, but one thing about the brother, he know his fate. And he calling out other people like him. Now, I'm not promoting anything about the brother because I know that I was talking to somebody this a little while ago. Somebody told me something about someone that we mutually know. And I did this right here. I mean, footsteps. One step at a time. Be Most High will. He had grace on the brother, and he he sent one of his servants to correct him before his death. He leave that fight alone and start fighting for his soul by keeping these laws. That's why I pray for the brother. Because he have a zeal for his people, just not according to accurate knowledge. But he's willing to die for it, though. See? And I know what I'm saying, what it is. At baptism, I was ready for the cause. Let's get it.
Exodus chapter 25, verse 19. Salakia, Genesis chapter 25, verse 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Most High for his wife.
Entreated means prayed.
Because she was barren. And the Most High was entreated of him. And Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if
children fought together within her. Now, Rebekah knew who Abraham was. Serving the God, true servant of the Most High. She knew the promises that the Most High gave to Abraham. She knew that the man that she's with was the promised child, the promised son that will be used to create a special nation. That out of his loins, out of Isaac's loins, will come Jacob. So the women knew who their husbands was. Read.
Verse 22. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so.
If this is the promise, why am I suffering so much? Right? But he don't answer. Read.
If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Most High. And the Most High said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb.
2 different nations, two different nationalities of people is in your womb. The Most High is creating something. For those who understand, he's creating 2 different nations. As he said, he raised Pharaoh up. The first son will be like Pharaoh. He will raise him up in might and power. But the youngest will rule over him. And through that right there, the Most High will show his power, his might, his mercy, his majesty, his wisdom, his love. Through this action right here. Read.
And the Most High said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Should be separated from the womb. Understand that. That's why right now, they still following the law. You drive out in the country, we ain't around them. They ain't around us. Like I said, the only ones that's around us are those who are in the midst of the ghettos. But the children of this child that's coming out, they're not really around our people. We see them in stores, that kind of stuff, but they're really segregated as a whole. When they go up north and from up north, they ain't around no black folk. Out of 1,000 of them, you see like 3 of us. Read.
And 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
The one people should be stronger than the other people. Read.
And the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled.
So the elder should serve the younger. Right? Now, we're the children or the descendants of the younger. But we're serving the elder. And through prophecy and curses, we're going to show you undeniably who the two are. Based on what I just said with that. Okay? Read.
And the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled.
Now, I want to say this clearly for those who might just come in. What we're doing right now is we're scripturally about to prove that the people that rule over us are not who they say they are through the Bible, not opinion, none of that, but through the Word of God. We're going to show you that our mere existence and how this world is, who's on top and who's on the bottom, will undeniably prove who are the true children of the Most High. Okay? You don't learn this in your school books. Only in this book, the Holy Bible. Read.
Verse 24. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over, like an hairy garment. And
now other translations, it goes more in depth. Right? Came out red. Right? They come out like that. But also, he had red hair. All over. Like a hairy garment. But they are the only people that was marked by the Most High without melanin. I mean, seriously, the sun is their enemy. The sun is our friend. Yes, brother.
It's funny you mentioned that a couple things. In the so-called political state of Zion, where they say they got the highest rate of skin cancer.
The who?
The highest rate of skin cancer and skin disease.
What Azariah say? Bring it out.
Con.
Let's get it.
And the first came out red, all over, like an hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out. And his hand took hold on Esau's heel. And his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys grew. And Esau was a cunning hunter, and a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man.
And stop right there. See, when you just read that, you don't even get it. But we're going to show you why the Most High said he loved Jacob and hated Esau. What scripture you on?
Genesis 25.
27?
Verse 27, yeah.
And Jacob was a plain man, right? So it says Esau was a cunning hunter. Mm-hmm. Look at the operation of the world right now, people. I'm talking about like our way of life. As a nation of people, are we hunters? Now, you got people that hunt. Yeah. So when you got rich people, that's in our nation, but the whole nation is broke. Now, these people, it's such embedded in their lifestyle. They have days off work. It's called the Widow Wise Weekend, right? Now that's some serious stuff right there. They give people paid time off. I bet they can pay because the boss is hunting too.
Oh yeah.
To go hunt. We have the characteristics of our fathers. A cunning hunter. Not just with animals, but they're cunning, very crafty in the art of war. Remember, Esau killed Nimrod. See? When Esau is running home to we're about to read right now, he just killed Nimrod. Nimrod people is chasing him. Very skilled at war. What is their greatest creations? Instruments of destruction. Okay? We ain't out here hunting like that. We scared of them. Go in the woods, but I guarantee you my biggest fear, and I know my people echo what I'm about to say. I ain't going out there, man, be so-called assumed as a deer. I thought it was a deer. I mean, got one. I got one. What is Orange best song about a deer, huh? A deer walking around on 2 feet up through the woods, huh? With clothes on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
When I was in college, you know, I was around a lot of them. They used to invite me to do all type of crazy stuff, but
They still trying to do
yeah,
it, man.
we gotta. My mama told me the same thing. They gonna try to mistake me like I'm the deer.
Trying to tell you.
You ain't going out there.
You go out there.
That's funny.
For real. Oh, a Plain Man, right? What were we, 27?
Yeah.
Plain Man. H, Hebrew in Strong's Concordance, 8535. Complete means perfect. Usually morally pious. Our father Jacob was pious, righteous, perfect in the way of the Most High. Okay? Perfect, plain, undefiled, upright. So he's making a distinction between Esau and Jacob. Esau was wicked, even though they came from the same stock. Their father and grandfather was pious, upright, righteous, undefiled. But Esau chose another way of life, to serve another God other than the God of his household. So when our brothers try to say, well, you can hate Esau, no. The Most High hate Israelites that are wicked too. But he said he hated Esau because he was wicked, but Jacob was a righteous, undefiled son. But they put plain there so you think he got smooth skin or something. No, he was righteous. He feared and loved the God of his fathers. Read.
Verse 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob...
When it says venison, that just means game. Like a clean, animal. It don't just mean like a deer.
Huh.
Read.
And Jacob side pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom.
That's when he came in the house fleeing from Nimrod's men. Read.
And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me?
Now, understand that. A birthright goes to who? Your children. So he don't care nothing about that. He put his children's future for naught. Like, think about it. You have an inheritance that you know is coming. You don't care anything about it. You don't care about what the children, none of that. The future children, none of that. Just feed me this red pottage. I'm cool. Showing you that Esau never relied on the Most High. He's someone that was a man of the field. He wanted his own game. He didn't rely on the Most High. And that's the same spirit that's in our people right now. These people, we are trying to do our own thing, get our own, and not rely on the Most High. And those of us who have accomplished a little bit in this world have that mentality that we don't need God. They are a God themselves. So showing that Esau didn't respect the Most High, didn't fear him, cared less about the promises that he heard all his life. I'm at the point of that. He's talking about being tired and hungry. He's in the safety of his home with his family, so he you know what I mean? And they ain't no punks. Abraham is definitely not one. Isaac was definitely not one. He's talking about like us coming home tired and hungry. He want to eat. It's always on his mind to eat, not what the Most High has promised him. That's why the Bible is about to say he despised his birthright. Read.
Verse 33. And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright.
Despise his birthright. You don't give up something that you love or anticipate. And this is what these people, the children of Esau, try to teach us. That Jacob tricked him. This sound like a trick? He gave him what he asked for, and he said no. Because back then, when you swore something, it was bond. Also, in our other records, it showed that they signed a contract. See? Next precept.
Hebrews chapter 12, verses 15 through 17.
I said we'll go back and forth with it.
Con when everyone's there. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 15. Looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of the Most High, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you, and thereby many be defiled.
See that? It says, beware, let's diligently search ourselves that we don't fall from the grace of God. Esau fell from the grace of God. Read.
Verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau.
Now, how was Esau a fornicator? Yes. Where's the microphone at? Where's the microphone? You know.
Worshiping other gods.
Worshiping other gods, a profane person. Esau, like I said, he rejected the God of his fathers. You know, that's spiritual fornication. If we're not following the laws of the Most High, that makes us profaned. See? Lest there be any what?
Fornicator or profane person as Esau.
So now we're getting more information on why the Most High hated Esau. Also, the Bible's warning us not to be like that. Showing that if we don't follow his laws, statutes, commandments, and judgments, we are a fornicator and profane, defiled to him. It's telling us that didn't we search ourselves? Hey, learn from this lesson that we're reading right now. Are we operating in the spirit of Esau? Remember, it's his children that are ruling this world. And they act just like him. Profaned. Read.
As Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears.
See? He cried out with tears. The Most High rejected him. Because his heart was not right with the Most High. He didn't say, you know, you bless me and I will serve your God. No, he wanted what he wanted. Read.
Next precept, Genesis chapter 17, verses 15 and 16. Con when everyone's there. Genesis chapter 17, verse 15. And the Most High said unto Abraham, as for Sarah, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations.
And she should be a mother of nations. Okay, that's what Sarah means, a mother of nations. Now we're going to get a little deeper into that. Meaning that the son that Sarah and Abraham will have, their offspring, will be used to create many nations of people. Okay? Next precept.
Kings of people shall be of her.
Who?
Kings of people shall be of her.
Kings of people should come of her. See that? So through this bloodline will stem the tribe of Judah. How is it written? It's evident that our Lord sprang from the tribe of Judah, the king's tribe. So we had a foreshadowing of our kingdom through the flesh. It would end with the flesh. The Messiah will come back and be what his name means, the expected king and deliverer of the Hebrews. So through this man and woman, the Messiah will come. Okay? But let's keep reading.
Next precept, Genesis chapter 24, verse 60. Genesis chapter 24, verse 60. And it reads,
Now we're dealing with Isaac's wife. Read.
And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them.
And let thy seed what?
Possess the gate of those which hate them.
These are prophetic words, people. Let thy seed possess the gate of those who hate him.
Come.
Is not the Messiah sitting at the right hand of God, waiting till his enemies be made his footstool? Got nothing to do with Esau. Okay? Matter of fact, let me just show you something. For those who may not know this. Revelation chapter 1. I'm going to do 13 and through 15. Revelation chapter 1, verse 13 through 15. And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden girdle. His head and his hairs were white like wool. Now, last I checked, white folks don't have afros. Okay? White like wool means woolly hair, means like an afro. As white as snow. His eyes were as a flame of fire. And his feet like unto fine brass. And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burnt in a furnace. Christ about same color as me and you, but no, he look darker. So like he was burnt. Dark skinned brother. Now last I checked, white folks can't make black babies. But a Hebrew can make a multicolored people. All the shades of color. But because of what the Most High have done to them as a mark, when they two come together, they can only make that. See? Two dark-skinned people can make a light-skinned baby. Two light-skinned people can make a dark-skinned baby. But Caucasians can only make a Caucasian when they are with each other. Because they're not the origin of man. We are. Okay? So it's showing that these people, this seed that will come from these people had woolly hair and their skin was like fine brass. Brown people. See? Throughout the lineage of brown people, a brown child will come. Called Yasha of Nazareth. The Son of God. who the world calls Jesus. There's no prophecy that the Messiah will come through Esau, but through Jacob. Read.
Next precept, Genesis chapter 27, verses 25 through 40. Genesis chapter 27, verse 25. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison.
Now, for those who understand what's going on in this we're about to read, or may have never heard this story, the Most High inspired, okay, Rebecca with wisdom and understanding. She was told who her children would be and who would be the promised child. So the Most High placed her in the right place at the right time to prevent the will of God being stopped. Isaac asked Esau to go out in the field and fetch him venison, that he may eat and bless him. Now, this bloodline, the spirit that was in them, what they blessed, what they swore, was truly as in heaven, also on earth. It was established. If Isaac would have put his hand on the tree, it would have been blessed. But no, that was not the will of God. I'm just making an example. So Isaac knew that who he blessed, it would come to fruition. It would come to pass. And Rebecca knew that too, but Most High put her in the right place at the right time. So this is the will of God. It's not of men. The scriptures confirm that. Okay? So no matter how Esau look at it, we're looking at it through God's eyes. Okay? Read.
Verse 25. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which the Most High hath blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee.
This is dealing with dominion and resource ownership. Let the blessings from on high be bestowed upon thee. And let people serve you. Okay? This has nothing to do with Esau. This is talking about the ultimate fulfillment of the Messiah. Okay? But through that, before the Messiah would come through this line, men would have to come too and have dominion. Okay? Read.
Verse 30. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, who? Where is he that hath taken venison and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, thy brother came with subtlety, and have taken away thy blessing. And he said, is not he rightly named Jacob?
Jacob means to supplant. So the Most High prophetically named him for this day. Read.
For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold,
How did he take away his birthright? He gave it away.
Con.
But see how they do? No, they always do something and blame somebody else.
Blame
Read. Somebody get a hand up? Okay. Read.
He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved the blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants.
He made Jacob his Lord, his ruler. So, let me ask you a question. Who's ruling? Not Jacob. Okay? We're going to get this, though. He has made Jacob the Lord over his eldest brother, Esau. But he will be his Lord temporarily. And Isaac going to say, but you will be loosed from your bond. But ultimately, we know that Jacob will rule over the elders.
Con.
Forever. Read.
And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above, and by the sword shalt thou live.
And so, by who?
And by the sword shalt thou live.
By the sword shall you live. Meaning everything that he accomplished or conquered would be by the sword. There'll be people that makes war. Ask you a question. Are we people that make war? Who's making all these wars? Esau. So it's prophecy showing that this people will gain everything through warfare.
Con.
Bloodshed.
Con.
Read.
And by the sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
So it will come a time where Esau will break the yoke off his neck and have dominion. Now is the time of the Gentiles, people. This is his time. We're going to read it, but in 70 AD is when he broke off the yoke. When he destroyed his brother Jacob and been ruling ever since. He didn't destroy his brother Jacob, but destroyed the last resemblance that we had of a culture, a connection with the Most High, meaning like our temple, our altar, our way of life, our sacrifice, the burnt and meat offerings was destroyed. And they've been ruling ever since. Read.
Next precept. 2 Samuel chapter 8, verses 14 and 15. Con, when everyone's there.
Now we're going to see when our father David ruled over Esau.
2 Samuel chapter 8.
Now, for those who know, we're going to read about King David. King David was an Israelite from the tribe of Judah, the king tribe, who Christ come from. Okay?
2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 14. And he put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom put he garrisons.
Y'all know what garrisons are? Yeah, army bases. Yeah, soldiers there to protect these territories. Okay? That ain't nothing to do with us. Let's get it.
2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 14. And he put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom put he garrisons. And all they of Edom became David's servants. And the Most High preserved David whithersoever he went. And David reigned over all Israel. And David executed judgment and justice unto all his people.
So foreshadowing of what it would be when Israel really ruled. Through war, David subdued all its enemies. He ruled all the tribes and the nations are about him. So even Edom, okay? Next precept.
Next precept, Malachi chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. Con, when everyone's there. Last book of the Old Testament. Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. The burden of the word of the Most High to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, says Ahayah. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, said the Most High? Yet I loved Jacob. And I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
See, that's the spirit of Esau. They were impoverished. But they said they'd return and do what?
And build the desolate places.
And have they not? They returned and have built up the desolate places. Now they rule amongst the whole world. Read.
But we will return and build the desolate places. Thus says Lord of hosts. They shall build, but I will throw down. And they shall call them the border of wickedness.
The who?
The border of wickedness.
So within their dominion, what would be the mark of it? Wickedness. It'll be evil.
Con.
Just like their father. Right?
And the people against whom the Most High have indignation forever.
And the people against whom the Most High have indignation forever. See? The Most High is angry with his children because they're wicked and they promote wickedness. They change the truth of his word into a lie and teach blasphemies, heresies, doctrine of devils. Through these people, Satan has deceived the whole world. Next precept. No, yeah.
Luke chapter 21, verses 5 through 7. Then we're going to drop down to verse 20 through 24. Calm when everyone's there.
It says that they will return and build the desolate places, right?
Calm.
The Messiah about to prophesy about it. What would take place between 66 and 70 AD. Okay?
Luke chapter 21, verse 5. And it reads, and as some spake of the temple, how it was adorned with goodly stones and gifts, he said, as for these things which ye behold, the days will come, and the which there shall not be left one stone upon another, that shall not be thrown down. And they asked him, saying, Master, but when shall these things be? And what sign will there be when these things shall come to pass? Dropping down to verse 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh.
When you should see Jerusalem compassed with the Roman army. That's who it was. Okay? Know what?
Then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled.
For these be the days of vengeance. The Most High said he would visit our people for their wickedness. And he would bring this nation up against us to destroy us. Okay? Let me read this article about 70 AD. Yep. I thought we did.
24.
I'll get it.
Verse 23. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
See, until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. The Most High gave them, what, 1,720 years to rule? This is the time of Gentiles. The time they said they return and build up the desolate places and rule. Okay? So because we rejected the Messiah, the Most High allowed them to destroy us and rule. So all things will be fulfilled. We're going to show you that the prophetic meaning of Jacob holding the heel of Esau. Okay, is the Bible says that the end of the world is Esau. So meaning that at the end of the world, Esau children will be ruling, but Jacob's kingdom comes next. Will be ushered in with the Messiah, through the Messiah. Read. So, going to show you that before we even get there, because we're getting there. Israel didn't destroy Israel in 66 through 70 A.D. The people that's ruling right now did. So how can they be the people? And they brought along their religion, which we're gonna show you. Okay. So Christianity is of them. It's paganism. It's not of the people that they destroyed. Okay? So we're going to see that in that land, what religion was formulated. Okay? And what religion was, what so-called culture was destroyed. Read? Let me get it. Go and get it. Siege of Jerusalem, 70 CE or AD. After the death of Christ. Go figure that.
The siege of Jerusalem of 70 CE.
Fair use for educational purposes only.
Was the decisive event of the first Jewish-Roman war.
Now, let me correct that. Was the first decisive event of the Hebrew and Roman war. Because Jewish people are Romans. So Romans didn't fight against Romans. They fought against the Hebrews, Israelites. Okay? So don't get into that. Don't let that trick you right there. The Jewish people are Romans. Okay? They Edom. The Hebrews are Israelites. Read.
66-73 CE, in which the Roman army led by future emperor Titus besieged Jerusalem.
Christ said, not a stone will go unturned. Right?
The center of Jewish rebel resistance in the Roman province of Judea.
The center of Hebrew rebel resistance. Say that.
The center of Hebrew rebel resistance in the Roman province of Judea.
Now, do you get that? They're already painting the picture that the Hebrews are rebelling against the Romans. Like, we're supposed to this openly submit to them. I mean, willingly submit to them. They're calling us rebels against them, not a God, which we were, but not of the Romans. Okay, read.
Following a brutal 5-month siege, the Romans destroyed the city and the second Hebrew temple. In April 70 CE.
Now, Josephus went in depth in this. Remember how in the Maccabees' time when they attacked us on the Sabbath? Well, Josephus talked about how dangerous the feast days became. They knew how we would all be congregated together on the feast days. And this is the Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread. So all our people came to celebrate the Passover. Read. But Josephus go in depth in this right here. Read.
3 days before Passover.
Oh, I'm sorry. And guess who probably informed them of that? A Hebrew. I'm telling you, the best time to get them is the Passover. They all going to be there. Just saying that with assurance because throughout history, our people have always sold us out. Read.
3 days before Passover, the Roman army started besieging Jerusalem. The city had been taken over by several rebel factions following a period of massive unrest.
Now, let me fill in the gaps where they leaving off. They cut off the food and the water, dug a trench around Masada. They cut off the food and the water. Our youth formed gangs and started to plunder our own people for survival. With no food and water, they attacked the elderly, robbed and killed the elderly. The elderly was hiding gold. They were swallowing gold and stuff. And they was cutting their bellies over, taking the gold from them. Seriously. But they waited for us to do this right here. Because Most High said, in the siege, you will eat your own flesh. Read.
The city had been taken over by several rebel factions following a period of massive unrest and the collapse of a short-lived provisional government. Within 3 weeks,
a short-lived provisional government. What was that? The sacrifices, the burnt and meat offerings was the governmental provisions. Read.
Within 3 weeks.
Not the burnt, but the meat and drink offerings was the burnt offering went to the Most High. But the meat and drink offering went to the people. Read.
The Roman army broke the first 2 walls of the city, but a stubborn rebel standoff prevented them from penetrating the thickest and third wall.
So they waited. Read.
According to Josephus, a contemporary historian and the main source for the war, the city was ravaged by murder, famine, and cannibalism. On Tisha B'Av 70 CE, August 30, Roman forces finally overwhelmed the defenders and set fire to the temple.
They were weak for the famine. Read.
Resistance continued for another month, but eventually the upper and lower parts of the city were taken as well, and the city was burned to the ground. Titus spared only the 3 towers of the Herodian citadel as a testimony to the city's former might. Josephus wrote that over 1 million people perished in the siege and the subsequent fighting. While contemporary studies dispute this figure, all agree that the siege had a major toll on human life, with many people being killed and enslaved, and large parts of the city destroyed. This victory gave the Flavian dynasty legitimacy to claim control over the empire. A triumph was held in Rome to celebrate the fall of Jerusalem, and 2 triumphal arches were built to commemorate it. The treasures looted from the temple were put on display. The destruction of Jerusalem and the Second Temple marked a major turning point in Hebrew history. The loss of Mother City and Temple necessitated a reshaping of Hebrew culture to ensure its survival. Hebrew's temple-based sects, including the priesthood and the Sadducees, diminished in importance. A new form of Hebrewism that became known as Rabbinic Judaism developed out of Pharisaic school.
Excuse me. It's like this. Sister Levi, would you send me that picture of that coin again, please? You sent it a while ago. Go ahead.
And eventually became the mainstream form of the religion.
Read that again.
A new form of Hebrewism.
A who?
A new form of Hebrewism.
A who?
A new form of Hebrewism.
No, read it how it is.
A new form of Judaism.
A new form of Judaism. A new religion called Judaism. It was not what our fathers was doing prior to the destruction of Jerusalem. Okay? Now, there's always been false religions from that our fathers followed. Okay? Now, there were still righteous people, many of them in the land, who followed the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. And at this time, they were following who? The Messiah. Okay? So, they're not following the Messiah's doctrine. They created a new form of worship and will give it to our people. Read.
A new form of Judaism that became known as Rabbinic Judaism developed out of Pharisaic school and eventually became the mainstream form of the religion.
So now they're over our education. Secular and biblical education. Sounds familiar? As today, we in the same situation. We're following their religion and their secular education. Not the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High God. Read.
I'm going to read it as it says, but we know his name to be Yasha.
Hold on. The water, sis. They couldn't wait. Now read that.
The Judaic capta coin from 71 CE, which was minted by the Romans to commemorate their victory against the tribe of Judah. On one side is the image
The
of the
southern kingdom, okay? Is Levi, Benjamin, and Judah there during that particular time. Northern kingdom was already scattered. Go ahead.
On one side is the image of the victorious emperor Vespasian. On the other side appears a woman in mourning who represented defeated Judah. She sits under a date tree that represents the land of Israel. The inscription on the coin in Latin, Judah captured or Judah defeated, in Heck Museum and at Ahayah University.
Now show them again and tell me who they look like. A Caucasian or a Hebrew? That's us? You need some glasses on. Just because it's a Brian Stone, look at the facial features. Okay. Yeah. I'm talking the man.
You look like George Washington.
Yeah. I had never seen a Israelite look like that. Nah. With their nose. Okay? But let's get it. And again, thanks, sis.
It says, many followers of Jesus of Nazareth, or Yasha of Nazareth, also survived the city's destruction. They spread his teachings across the Roman Empire, giving rise to the new religion of Christianity. After the war had ended, a military camp of Legio and Fretinus was established on the city's ruins. Jerusalem was later refounded as the Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina. Foreign cults were introduced, and Jews were forbidden entry.
Who was forbidden entry?
Khan.
So you ain't talking about no Jewish people right now. You're talking about the Hebrews, Israelites. Read. Yes.
And it's making a distinct as well, because throughout up there they saying Jewish, but then when it says Jews were forbidden entry, not Jewish, because they were.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were the Romans.
Khan.
Read.
Foreign cults were introduced, and Jews were forbidden entry.
Foreign religious sects were introduced. Right?
This event is often considered one of the catalysts for the Bar Kokhba revolt.
That's it. This little information is showing you who's who. Okay? From this day, they've been ruling us. Which we're going to show you is the fourth beast of the prophecy of Daniel. What Daniel prophesied will happen. So let's go back to Genesis.
Genesis chapter 27, verses 41 through 46. Genesis chapter 27, verse 41. Verse 41 reads, and Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him.
So Esau hated our father. And the Bible says, as the father asked the children the same desire, because the children will fulfill the will of their father. So it's not there's no such thing called racism. They don't hate us because our skin is brown. They've been fighting us since the womb. Why does the so-called Caucasian white man hate us? Read.
And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
Then will I slay my brother Jacob. Surely in a little while we'll be celebrating the Feast of Purim. Yes.
They were fighting in the womb, though, right? So they had hate prior to this, right?
No. The fighting in the womb, because that was prophetic. The Most High caused that to show us a prophetic sign that in the later days, we would know, we can identify who's who. Esau loved his brother, and Jacob loved him. Even after the departure, when Jacob was coming back, Esau's children wanted to destroy us. Esau wouldn't do it. And so his children went off and started fighting against us. But Esau, he forgave him, but what he taught his children remained.
So this isn't going back to the seed.
No, that was just showing us, like, that's why we're going to get to a minute when we get to 2nd Ezra chapter 6. He's going to show you why he caused that. As a prophecy, as a prophetic sign that we're going to bring out. But in the course of life, they was brothers. They loved each other. Even when he came back, remember when Israel was scared to come back and gave him the gifts, and he still hugged and kissed them, but deep down inside, Israel didn't really trust him, but he still loved his brother, and Esau loved him. But later, when we get into other records that show that his children, the Esau children, was mad at their father Esau, and then because he wanted to destroy his brother, but they set off these strategies to destroy us throughout generations. That's why when we read in the book of Maccabees, in Maccabees, when he was the first to rule. It's the first Agagite to rule. Yeah, that's Alexander the Great. But it was another one. I think his name started with the H or something. Let me see. Yeah, it was Alexander. It says in the first book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 1, and it happens that after Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Shittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece. So this is when they really started to gain power. But throughout time, they put themselves in political positions, and they was very skillful at war. And so many nations sided with them because of the skill that they brought. But they strategically got in with in alliance with nations to come against us. Because even you can see, I'm saying even when Alexander was ruling, they was fighting Egypt and this other country, but Edomite, in a Agagite, they would have their soul focused on Israel, going to us. That's cool, y'all fight them, I'm going after these Hebrews. So throughout centuries, Esau's children always was our Achilles heel. So, but you have to understand history for that. It's throughout centuries, they always came against us. And like today, they're still coming against us because they still have that spirit that he said that when our father died, I'm going to slay him. So that's why they still be trying to destroy us. Which, for example, was that in Purim, they was about to destroy us, but the Most High preserved us. So Yep. 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 But the Most High, he willed that. You say that he willed that because he said, as like Pharaoh, I raised him up. You know what I'm saying? Because like he did in Egypt, he going to show the whole world his power and might as he showed through Pharaoh, through the world, through these Edomites when he destroyed them. Not all, I mean, there will be a remnant of them, but through this world power that they create, he's going to show that it was nothing. So, anyway, let's go.
Verse 42. And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, proposing to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise. Flee to Laban my brother to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?
What good shall my life be? You got a wicked wife. What good will her life be? And what she had put on the line for the promise of the Most High. Next precept.
Romans chapter 9, verses 8 through 27. Con, when everyone's there. Romans chapter 9, verse 8.
Now, Paul going to explain it better than I did, but let's get it.
Verse 8 reads, that is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to the election might stand.
See, that the purpose, Shiva, you get it? You didn't hear nothing you read? Focus up and let them do what they do. But he's explaining it. This is, all what we just read is the will of the Most High, right? He said, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. So, like Pharaoh, he said Ava, put the shit down and go over there and sit down. So, the Most High caused these things to occur to fulfill His will, that of His prophecy. When he promised Abraham, Isaac, and he's showing that the end of the prophecy is the Messiah, and Messiah is going to destroy the kingdoms that this son created through the demonic influence of Satan. So He's allowing these people, which is why there's no real. That's why no nation has attacked America. As we know through the book of Daniel, that angels protect and patrol the spiritual realm. And before there's a change of world powers, there's a fight between the God's angels and Satan's angels to make sure that what the Most High promised. He said that it'd be 4 world powers: Babylon, the Medes and Persians, Greece, and Rome. Then our kingdom will come. So if he didn't have his angels doing that, there'd be all this kind of stuff going on. So no one is touching America until the Most High says, when he stirred up the Medes and tell them to shoot his arrows. Which is crazy because without that knowledge, these people have the whole world scared of a foreign enemy. Knowing that ain't nobody, because if it was not for angelic protection to fulfill the purpose of God, these people would have been destroyed this place. But he let them raise up to be assumed as the greatest world power of all time. As it says, who is likened to the beast? Who can destroy the beast? So she has pride, which will come crashing down soon. Let's get it.
Verse 12. It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I may show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. Therefore have he mercy on whom he will have mercy.
Read that again. It says,
Verse 17.
yeah, it says, for the scriptures say unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up, allowed him to grow great and mighty, feared throughout the earth, that I may show my power in thee. What did the Most High do to Pharaoh? He destroyed his gods, his army, and him. What Christ going to do to the God of Edom and Edom and the Gentiles? So their gods, their empire, and all those who reject him. And that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. He said when he does this, the whole world will know. When he gathers people up through the Messiah, and we do travel back, head back on the way home, the whole world will know of the last Exodus. And the Gentiles will fear for their own lives and say what? Say, yeah, pull on the skirt of he that is a Hebrew. It says, surely we have inherited lies and follow our fathers and serve God of vanities. Teach us of your God, for we have heard God is with you.
Con.
Read.
Therefore hath he, verse 18, therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he hardeneth. Thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault? For who hath resisted his will? Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? Have not the potter power over the clay, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor, and another unto dishonor? What if God, willing to show his wrath, and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction?
To that, he's been long suffering. Use them as an example of what we ought not to be. To see his law fulfilled in them on what not to be, what not to do. So the wrath of destruction is an example of us. Like right now, we see all that they promote is against God's laws. So we have a physical example. We have physical examples of what to despise and what not to do. He promised that all who do such things as they do is not fit for the kingdom of God. So we have examples that we can actually see. So he's on suffering because he's been patient with those he know who will come to him. When that number is fulfilled, destruction is coming. So read again.
Verse 22. Verse 21. Have not the potter power over the clay, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor, and another unto dishonor?
Of the same lump, out of Rebekah's womb, out of the same lump, one vessel of honor, one of dishonor, right? Two nations were formed in thy womb, of two different manner of people. Read.
What if God, willing to show his wrath, and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction, and that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, which he had afore prepared unto glory? Even us, whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. As he said also in Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass, that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God.
In this place we are called not his people. Another people will call themselves his people. But in this place he'll wake us up and we'll be what? Called the sons of the living God. That's what's going on right now. People are waking up to their nationality. Okay? Some of us are waking up to the accountability that comes along with the nationality, which means our culture is keeping its laws, statutes, commandments, and judgments. Read.
Verse 27, Isaiah also crieth concerning Israel. Though the number of the children of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant shall be saved.
That's why I said some of us has awakened to the accountability of the way of life we must maintain. A remnant of us shall be saved. Right?
Next precept, Genesis chapter 26, verses 1 through 5. When everyone's there. Genesis chapter 26, verse 1. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. And the Most High appeared unto him, and said, Go not down unto Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father.
That's why they hate us. He will give what? All these countries. Dominion. Over the earth. See? Read.
And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws.
So because our Father obeyed his voice, kept his statutes, commandments, and laws, he said all nations have an opportunity to be blessed by the seed, which is the Messiah. Any nation that chooses to serve the Messiah shall be blessed. Will save their souls from the wrath of God. And will live in a parasitic world ruled by the Messiah. Next precept.
Genesis chapter 28, starting at verse 1. Verse 1 reads, And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother.
Right now the Most High is preparing to make a special people out of Jacob. Taint not the bloodline, go to the Hamitic people. Okay? The Canaanites were from Ham. Okay? Taint not the bloodline that he's creating. Read.
Verse 3. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessings of Abraham to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which the Most High gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram, to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth.
Now you see how Esau did the things that displeased his father and the God of his fathers? Remember, Ishmael's mother is who? Yeah, but she was of what nation? No, Ishmael is. Remember, Ishmael is Hagar. Yeah. Well, where'd she go home to? She was Hamitic. Okay? So she went to what? Egypt. And Ishmael dealt with who? Hamitic. I mean, you know, so his children became, so yeah. So Esau despised the God of his fathers. And he did contrary and went exactly and did what he was not supposed to do. But go ahead.
Verse 6. And when Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padan Aram to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night because the sun was set.
All right, this to back up what I had said. In Genesis 16:1, it reads, And Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. Okay?
I had to find it. I was going to
Oh, okay. She went back home.
Con.
Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 11 of Genesis chapter 28. And he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night because the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place and put them for his pillows and lay down in the place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it.
So it's showing us that through the blessings of our Father, we have angelic interaction. We have a connection with the Most High. Okay? Angels are not descending on Esau. Other spirits are. We have a direct line of assistance and direction angelically through the Most High. Read.
And behold, the Most High stood above it and said, I am the God of Abraham, thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it.
See, with us comes an inheritance, the land. Y'all understand that? They promised us 40 acres and a mule. We never got that, but the Most High promised us all the land.
Huh.
As far as our eyes can see. And they know that. Right?
The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth.
See, this is what we don't get taught in their schools. We don't get taught who we are. And the promise we're reading right now, they have hid it from us because that's what they're supposed to do. It says through crafty counsel, they will deceive us, hijack our identity, be a snare to us in the houses of so-called God. So they will never teach us who we are in a doctrine or a way of life we must follow to please our God. Because they know, we're about to read shortly, that if this people, our people, don't keep his laws, they rule over us. And dominion goes on to them and their God. Read.
And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land.
And will bring you again, your children again, into this place. We never heard that in school. Our grandparents, mothers, fathers, granddads never told us this. They didn't know it. It was raised up to believe to live with the Gentiles, not knowing that we're going to read in a minute. If we were Gentiles, we'd be rich. We would be able to control the narrative of the world. We're gonna read that in a minute, but we're gonna show that if we were the Gentiles, the true Gentiles will be screaming out and acting out as Kanye West so-called is, about how we're doing the same thing to them. We don't have power, control, or nothing. But according to the Bible, the Gentiles will have their time of rulership. And Israel will have their time of oppression in captivity. Read.
For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of.
So it's showing us that Most High, as Christ says, if we keep his laws, him and the Father will abide with us. He will not leave us. To all things be fulfilled, and we're with him. With them. He's not just talking to Jacob, he's talking to us, the descendants of this man, the true Israelites. Read.
Verse 16. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, surely the Most High is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of the city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Most High be my God. And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee.
Next precept.
Genesis chapter 35, verses 9 through 13.
It's also showing that Jacob knew about tithing. Way before Moses. Moses in his loins. Where we at?
Genesis 35, verse 9 through 13.
Food got me hungry, boy.
Verse 9 reads, and God appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And the Most High said unto him, thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel.
So we see that the Most High changed our father's name to Israel. So all his children will be called Israelites. This is where the term Israelite comes from. The descendant of the man of promise, Jacob, whose name, if we see right here in the Bible, the Most High, not his mama or daddy, the Most High changed our father Jacob's name to Israel. Read.
Give verse 10 again. And God said unto him, thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. And the Most High said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply.
So to be fruitful and multiply, you can't be gay. You cannot be a sodomite. Homosexuality goes against the natural course of life. Like I said, if everybody believed in that, if everybody overnight just became a homosexual, that would be genocide of the whole world. So homosexuality in actuality is a form of genocide. One of the most important things of a man is his legacy, his name. When a son decides to live and function outside of a nature, he destroys that man's lineage. If any of Abraham's children, through the bloodline that the Messiah came through, decided to be homosexual, the Messiah would never came. That's what said all those things, all those teachings and ideologies, by definition of their own dictionary, is hostility against God's people. Read.
I am God Almighty.
So, sorry about that. Because the men that I'm speaking of were heterosexuals, Satan tried many ways to destroy that line from being completed. We're gonna read a prophecy when it's talking about the children of Ramoth cried, weep for her children. Okay, that's referring to the time when King Herod decreed that all the children 2 years and under be destroyed, trying to destroy Christ, Yasha. He figured it was like within 2 years that his magic practicing priests, or what's called the magicians or the sorcerers, whoever they were, went out. So he couldn't find them. So if he destroyed all the children from that time period, he'd get the Messiah. He tried to get David to fall off so he would stop the progression of the seed. Okay. He got Solomon, but Solomon had a righteous child. See? Read. Yes.
And they continue to do that because they're steady pushing homosexuality and stuff till today.
Yeah. Let's get it.
Verse 11. I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall.
A who?
A nation.
A who?
A nation.
A nation and what?
And a company of nations.
You see the difference? A nation and a company of nations. So through Jacob, he would make a special nation and other nations. Don't let that pass your sight. I make a nation and a company of nations. Read.
A nation.
So they call us what? African Americans, Haitians, Jamaicans, Indians, Puerto Rican, Mexicans. We're from the same stock, but we're different. Right? But with us, or with our Father, he also made, we would do what we did and other people came from us. Okay? But let's go.
A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. And the Most High went up from him in the place where he talked with him.
And the Most High went up from him in the place that he talked with him. Next precept.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verses 6 through 26. Count when everyone's there. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto Ahayah thy God. Ahayah thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself.
He chosen the children of Israel to be a special people unto himself. Now notice, these children come from Jacob. They don't come from Esau. These are the people that the so-called Jewish people are claiming to be. But we just learned earlier, gonna read some more, that Esau is Rome. They're the people that attacked us. They're the people that's attacking us right now. So we're gonna show you that they're not this promised nation. Read.
Have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
See, above all nations that's on the face of the earth. That means that we was chosen to rule the world. That's what Israel means, Prince of the Most High God, ruler of the Most High God. We don't rule him, but we his nation that he would use to rule the world. Read.
The Most High did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people. But because the Most High loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers.
Now I'm going to ask y'all a question. I said it before in a few lessons back. Is the Most High racist? Because the racist is one who believe that their nation. Yeah. So the Most High is racist. He loved his children. He chose us to be his people. He can care less about how somebody else feel about it. He would use us to rule the world. All those who don't like it will be destroyed. Okay? So, let's get it.
The Most High did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people. But because the Most High loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, have the Most High brought you out with the mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
Now, were the so-called Jewish people ever in bondage under Pharaoh? Did he make a covenant by sacrifice with them? Nah. He didn't, with a mighty hand, redeem them from slavery. How are you the people? These people have a biblical history of slavery. We're still in slavery. When we don't follow his laws, the sign is we go into captivity. And are exploited by all nations. Used by all nations. Yes.
Verse 9. Know therefore that Ahayah thy God, he is God.
Our God is the Most High God. Esau God is a lesser God. Read.
The faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations.
See, this is why the Most High said he loved Jacob. He kept his commandments. We see Esau was rejecting him, despising him. So he keep covenant with those who love him. Read.
And repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them.
He said those who hate him are those who what? Don't keep his laws. No matter how that individual feels, the Most High say, he that loves me not, keepeth not my commandments. And he don't keep his commandments, he that don't keep his commandments, he hates. Because he say, we or you, whoever it is, hate him. And our actions show it by not being obedient to him. Because that's the only way we can show the Most High we love him is by keeping his commandments. We can sing to him all day long and praise his name all day long. We can keep his commandments. We are not his child. He hates us. Read.
And repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments, and keep and do them, that Ahayah thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware unto thy fathers. And he will love thee, and bless thee, and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy land, thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep, and the land which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your cattle. And the Most High will take away from thee all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which thou knowest, upon thee, but will lay them upon all them that hate thee. And thou shalt consume all the people which Ahayah thy God shall deliver thee. Thine eye shall have no pity upon them, neither shalt thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare unto thee. If thou shalt say in thine heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? Thou shalt not be afraid of them, but shalt well remember what Ahayah thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt. The great temptations which thine eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, and the mighty hand and the stretched out arm whereby Ahayah thy God brought thee out, so shall Ahayah thy God do unto all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, Ahayah thy God will send the hornet among them, and they that are left and hide themselves from thee be destroyed. Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, for Ahayah thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible.
Dreadful. Let me ask you a question. The Gentiles knowing this, why would they teach us the truth? Knowing that if we did what he just commanded us, these things would happen to them. So how can we expect the Gentiles to love us, treat us fairly, and teach us the unadulterated truth? When they like ruling and get blessed by their God, because they can do what they want to do, and Satan still bless them. This is why he blesses them, because they do the opposite of what the Most High say. So they enjoy their life how they desire, being lawless. Why would they teach our people the truth when they know this is real? And know that if they deceive us to do contrary to what we are reading right now, all these things will happen to us that was promised to happen to them. So no longer should we be expecting anything from these people but what we have always received from these people. Read.
Verse 22. And Ahayah thy God will put on those nations before thee, and Ahayah thy God will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But Ahayah thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction, until they be destroyed.
And now because of disobedience to what we just read, he had delivered us to them. So till we be destroyed. Read.
Verse 24. And he shall deliver their kings into thy hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven.
And he delivered our kings unto them, and they have destroyed our name from under heaven. See? He's a righteous judge. He's a faithful God to keep a covenant. That's in the contract. If we break his laws, these things will happen to us, and they have come to pass, showing that our God in this book is real. Read.
There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of their God shall ye burn with fire.
Now, be easy now. Let's not skip that one. Therefore, no man can stand against thee. Mm-hmm. Understand that. Can we stand against them now? You see the exact opposite of what he promised. We can't stand against them. We're afraid to stand against them. Remember, he said that if we kept his laws, they'd be afraid of us. Now we're afraid of them.
Just pull out a phone.
Yeah. I got you, sister. I'm recording it.
You're going to get justice.
Yeah, they got justice with your videos. They laughing. They know we cannot stand against them. That's what it's talking about. They can't stand against them nor defeat them in anything. Legally. We're not going to overcome them carnally. Read.
There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of their God shall ye burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it unto thee, lest thou be snared therein. For it is an abomination to Ahayah thy God. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be a cursed thing like it. But thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it.
We should have no crosses, no crucifixes, none of that stuff. These images of their God that they serve should come into our house or on our bodies. I'll show you a picture of 50 Cent with the cross. That got nothing to do with Christ. That goes back to ancient Egypt, and even before that, in Babylon. Baby Tammuz. Yes.
And you can look at the popes now. They have the super huge crosses on. That's their sign.
Also, it's a sign of what? Their capital punishment. Mm-hmm. The Roman capital punishment was hanging on the tree. They're flaunting the crucifix of our Lord and Savior in our face.
Con.
Has monetized it. We put diamonds and gold and silver and platinum.
The first sign that you made it.
First sign that you made it.
Mm-hmm. Con. Jesus piece earrings.
Con.
Oh, yep.
They're flaunting them murdering our Lord and Savior in our face, and we're wearing their images like a badge of honor. 50 Cent don't even know what the laws is, but Jesus blessed him. Okay, let's get it.
Verse 26. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be a cursed thing like it.
What would be a cursed thing like it?
But thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing.
So again, we know I say this all the time. That means don't go to your mama's house or grandma's house and bring some old Christmas dinner to your house. It's an abominable thing. It's a cursed thing. Okay. Next precept.
Next precept, Genesis chapter 49, verses 1 through 28.
I got it. $29.
49, 1 through 28.
And Jacob called. I'm not gonna read all this here. What I'm gonna do is gonna read his sons and show you who are the Israelites. Jacob called unto his sons and said, "Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which that shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together and hear, ye sons of Jacob, and hearken to Israel your father. Reuben, who was his firstborn, okay? Simeon, verse 5, Simeon, Levi. Verse 8, Judah. I read that one. Judah, thou art he whom thy brother should praise. Thy hand should be in the neck of thy enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Remember, through Sarah and Rebekah, Isaac and Jacob, kings will come out of them. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art going up. He stoops down. He crouches as a lion. And as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh comes. That's the Messiah. And until him shall the gathering of the people be. This is what the promise was talking about. That seed, it would be the Messiah who the gathering of the people will be. He's gathering us as it is this day. That's why we're here today. Verse 13, Zebulun. Verse 14, Issachar. Verse 16, Dan. Verse 19, Gad. Verse 20, Asher. Verse 21, Naphtali. 22, Joseph. Got Benjamin in there. Verse 27, Benjamin. Verse 28, all these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is it, that their father spake unto them and blessed them. Everyone according to his blessing, he blessed them. That's the origin of Israelites, who the Jewish people have nothing to do with. That's why they never tell you what tribe they're from. They're not from a tribe. They're from Esau. But those names are the men that the Most High deemed as Israelites. Okay? Daniel.
Chapter 7, verses 1 through 28.
Get it, sure. Blow it up.
Here's images
Can you
that
make it bigger like that?
here's images of how the Romans This is in Spain. They call it the Holy Shroud. That they go all out their way for the deception, showing that this is what a lifelike image of Jesus looks like, with all the whelps and everything, the stakes that's in his legs. They have multiple pictures, and I just seen people really going crazy about it. Like, they saying that they was crying from seeing these images and things like this, but they painted him as one of them as well. But it's just deception.
Kind of. I'm telling you, these people are evil. They're teasing us. They're boasting. It's like shortly after they destroyed Jerusalem and our people, they made coins boasting of their victory. Where we at?
Daniel chapter 7,
Verse 1.
verse 1 to 28.
Okay. So let's get this. Prophecy. Okay. Show you who will be ruling in the last days. Con, when you're there. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Now, one thing you cannot refute is prophecy. Okay, you can come up with all kind of books and say this and that. Only the Most High can give out true prophecy. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heaven strove upon the great sea. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. So he had the vision like a man is stirring up the sea, but a beast was representing a world power. World powers is coming out of men from the sea. 3, and four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. And I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made stand upon the feet as a man, and had a man's heart, and a man's heart was given to it. And behold, another beast, a second, like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, Arise, devour much flesh. After this I beheld, and lo, another, like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given it. Now the first one was, the lion was who? Babylon. The second, stood on his feet, was Mede and Persians. The third is like a leopard, had 4 wings, it was Greece. Alexander, the so-called great, got sick at an early age and divided his nations and gave it to his 4 childhood companions. And they divided their kingdom. 6, and this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings as a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given it. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and had 10 horns, the original EU, or European nations, who were Edomites. I considered the horns. So it's showing you, no, let me keep going. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there was 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in his horn were eyes like the eyes of men, and a mouth speaking great things. I beheld till the thrones was cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white like snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. Sound like the father of a son we read about in Revelations. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fires. And fiery streams issued and came forth before him. Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set. The fiery flames are the angels. The myriads angels. The fiery flames. Remember, they're fiery stones. And books were open. And I beheld then because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake. And beheld even till the beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts that had their dominion taken away, yet they lived, their lives were prolonged for a season and time. I saw in a night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which should not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. This is the fulfillment of the promise that the Most High spoke of to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to us, their seeds. That seed, all nations shall be blessed, is the Messiah, the Son of Man. I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near unto one of them that stood by, and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me and made me know the interpretation of the things. These great beasts which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. So before we get any farther, we know that the fourth beast is Rome. So be not deceived how they deceived us, like this is America and the land. Nuh-uh. This is the fourth beast, ruled over in Europe, in Rome. This is not what you think is, people. This is a world power that's ruling the world according to God. There is no other kingdom that's coming but the one we're reading about right now. Christ is in ours. I'm going to show you who's ruling at the end. No, it ain't Japheth. It ain't none of that. It ain't the Arabs. None of that. It's Esau, according to the Bible. Where I'm at? The water. I came near unto one of them that stood by and asked him the truth of all these. So he told me and made me know the interpretation of things. These beasts which are four kings which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I will know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, whose teeth were of iron and his nails of brass, which devoured, break in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. You think this people care about anything? The Most High say they are dreadful, stamping even the residue. These people, heart is only to destroy and oppress. Mm-hmm. There ain't no give with these people. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the others which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of the horn that had eyes, and a mouth that spake great things, blasphemies, whose look was more stout than his fellows. I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints, and prevailed against it. So, back to where we're talking about Jacob and Esau. Esau's children are making war with who? The children of God. Which is why you can see it's evident. We are the only people that are getting attacked throughout the whole earth. In every shape, fashion, the form of existence. You can watch any television show, you can see a family with white people. If we turned on the Asian channel, you would see a husband, a wife, children. Who's that? Probably twin. We're the only people I know it. We're the only people that have been portrayed how we've been portrayed. It's deeper than the spiritual war. It is a spiritual war, but in every facet of entertainment, whatever you want to call it, we're being attacked. Okay? We already spoke about how they attack us in the so-called house of God, the churches, through false religion. Okay? But they destroyed our families through drugs and through imagery. But where am I at? 22. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, the fourth beast should be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, which should be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. It ain't getting better, people. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall arise after them. And he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and to think to change times and laws. They have done that. Tell you people, this ain't 2022. And the laws that we live by, not the Most High's. And they should be given into his hand, into a time and the dividing of times, the time of the Gentiles. But the judgment shall set, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it until the end. And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Hereunto is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my cogitation was troubled me, and my countenance changed in me, but I kept the matter in my heart. So the Most High showed Daniel the finale. That's why when we about to read Deuteronomy 28, he's going to show us that this is our last time in captivity, people. The fourth beast is about to be destroyed. Now let's see who's ruling and what it meant for Jacob to hold the heel of his brother Esau coming out of the womb.
2nd Esdras, chapter 6, verses 7 through 10.
Count when everyone's there. Then answered I and said, what should be the parting asunder of times, or the end of all things, the conclusion of the matter? And when shall be the end of the first, and the beginning of it that followeth? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau was born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world. So in the end of the world, Esau will be the fourth beast, the last kingdom that will rule this earth wickedly. And Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. The kingdom we read about in Daniel that will possess the kingdom and will rule forever. It will not be passed on to any other nation. And all dominion should serve is Jacob's kingdom. The Messiah comes from Jacob. The hand of the man between the heel and the head. Other question Ezra asked thou not. So this is how we know who these people are. No matter how they try to disguise themselves and say that the Israelites vanished off the face of the earth. No. We can't. The Bible say that he would never forsake us, never forget us, never cast us away. I'm going to read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 15 through 68.
Now, these are called the curses of disobedience. When we read these right here, it will identify who God's people are and who are not God's people, because God's people in the last days, under that fourth beast, will be going through these things. Okay? As they did during the course of the other beast's rulership. Let's get it. Iran.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Ahayah thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out.
So when we leave the house and come back in, there's fear. There's a fear that's on us that something bad can happen to us. We once lived in peace. We can go out 3 in the morning and feel no fear. Now in our own communities, we have fear of ourselves. Read.
Verse 20. The Most High shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, and all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. The Most High shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, and until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it. The Most High shall smite thee with the consumption, and with the fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. The Most High shall make the rain of thy land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed.
Go ahead. I'll get later.
The Most High shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed unto all the kingdoms of the earth. And thy carcass shall be meat unto all fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. The Most High will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou canst not be healed. The Most High shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee.
I'll ask y'all a question. Are the Jewish people oppressed and spoiled?
Flourish.
Are the Jewish people oppressed and spoiled? It says, verse 25, and Ahayah shall cause thee to be smitten before thy enemies. Who's getting killed before our enemies? Have you ever heard of some Jewish people getting killed in the drive-by? You heard of a Jewish man or woman getting killed by a police officer? You sure? Let's keep going. Oh. It says, verse 28, the highest shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart, confusion of heart. They're not confused. They know who they serving and how they serve him. They all are one when it comes to serving their God. They're not searching for the truth. Their false religion has created wealth and dominance for the nation. Thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind grope in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways. In every way they have prospered through the great hoax or deception of them being God's people. Now we know that the Bible said earlier that he that blessed thee should be blessed, and he that cursed thee should be cursed. They're the only people that the whole earth is sending money to annually, looking for a blessing. They're not sending us nothing.
Con.
Taxing, you're right. And no man should save thee. So they don't need a man to save them because they're the ones who putting their foot on man's neck. You say anything against them, they're coming. Nick Cannon said something about a Jewish man, about him being a Jew. They came. Nori, the former rapper Nori, gave Kanye West a platform to voice his opinion. They came to him and made him get on there and apologize for Kanye West. Yep. Kendrick, they are coming. Thy ox shall be slain before thy eyes. Thou should not eat thereof. So, go get it.
Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein.
Hold on. Now, when did this happen with Jewish people? For those who understand, they never lost 6 million people. Like, they're the only people that say they lost 6 million people, but during the time of their so-called loss, their population increased. These are facts. There was never a Holocaust. Why can't Holocaust? A Holocaust. I know. But the thing is, during the war, now, it also, we're going to read about the people that they were calling Jews was Ashkenazi Jews or Khazarian or Khazars. They were not who Hitler knew of to be the true Jews. Hitler said them black folks over in America are the Jews of God, the true Jews. You know what I'm saying? But they put them in concentration camps, sterilize or cleanse them, and send them off through train and bus to work for the war. They separate the men and women. No, I watched so many documentaries. No one ever heard saw, witnessed, no one get killed. They separate the men and women and they sent them off to work in this, it's basically slave labor. Okay, so yeah, but you go right now and try to find it on YouTube, you won't find it. But let's get it. But let's say it was true. That's not in the Bible. The Most High is not talking about us going to captivity and then losing 6 million people and then coming out prosperous in nations that so-called in the nations are paying tribute to us. That's not scriptural. Okay, let's get it.
Verse 30, in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 30. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes.
So your resources, your main source of making money, your companies, your establishments will be taken from you violently. Your farmlands, everything, your companies, your inventions will be taken from you violently. And what? No man what?
And no man shall save thee. Thou shalt betroth the wife, and another man shall lie with her.
We up here?
31.
Yeah.
Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and shall not be restored to thee.
Should not be restored to us. Everything that we had once that generated wealth or income is taken away. Thing we invented, they put a white face on it. It had not been restored. Read.
Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thine hand. the fruit of thy land, and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed alway, so that thou shalt be mad for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. The Most High shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. The Most High shall bring thee and thy king which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone.
A new religion called Judaism, Christianity, Islam.
Con.
Read.
Verse 37, and thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations whither the Most High shall lead thee. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shalt gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it.
I'm just saying, when did this happen for the Jewish people? I'm just trying to figure out. Read.
Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shalt neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for the worm shall eat it. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coast, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thine olive shall cast his fruit. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. All thy trees and fruit of thy land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low.
Okay, so God's people, the Israelites, for disobeying God's laws, it'd be evident who they are, because what? They would be what? Come down very low. So who's the nation that's over the Jewish people? So the Gentiles will come up very high, and the real Jews will come down very low. So if someone's very high, that means they're ruling the one that's very low. This is why when we watch the video, Kanye,
Not yet.
Not yet?
You want to get it now?
No, we could get the scriptures.
Huh.
So it's showing that they cannot be the people because they're very high, and it's evident they are over everything. Like they forced Kanye to take out 140 million out of J.P. Morgan, and everything he like the boss, what you call it? They didn't. Them people. Mm-hmm. They didn't cancel their relationship with him, his contracts, and every other company that's owned by Jewish people are canceling him now.
Adidas. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
So a true Israelites don't have the power to do that. We see the Israelite is getting cut off, stamped on by the one who sits up very high now. Read.
The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
Again, who's lending the money? Who's borrowing the money? We just showed you that Kanye was forced to take out $140 million out of their bank. Kanye say he worth $11 billion, but he don't own the bank. Read.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed.
You know what's weird? It's like, if this was a supposed to be world, people of our nationality should be able to go before their courts and prove who we are. Because this is the same book that they used to gain dominion. They said they was us. And it was prophecy that they were, in 1948, they would go back home into their land, and this is what they used for that. So we should be using our Bible to say, y'all are not the people. Are you going through these curses? Read.
Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of Ahayah thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Because thou servest not Ahayah thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies which Ahayah shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
So we will serve our enemies on all things. Everything that we need, we have to go to the enemy. Now, it says all things. I use this same scripture to combat those who try to say that they don't have to get legally married according to this system. If you gotta go to them for food and water and shelter. You think marriage is excluded? When you serve your enemies, that means in their land you have to obey their laws. The Most High told our forefathers, go serve Nebuchadnezzar for 70 years. But when they came with laws that was contrary to us, he showed us through Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego what stands we must take. But outside of that, we must serve our enemies. And one of all things. Like we said, to get a driver's license, we had to go to Secretary of State. Yesterday, I was informed that I'm a truck driver, so my medical card was expired. And it told me if I don't do this right here, I would not be allowed in a commercial vehicle. I went yesterday. I wasn't saying, no, that's the law of Esau. I was right in Esau's office. For real. Serve our enemies one of our things, and one of our things. Our kingdom is coming. Okay. Right now, to serve means obey. That's precept.
Verse 49. The Most High shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young.
So they're coming with a new campaign with all this mess, with these jabs. The Bible is showing us that these people do not care about us. They hate us. He calling them our enemies. When they come and talking about health and all this kind of stuff, they are lying. Their mission is to destroy us. Put no trust in these people, I'm telling you. And what they promising you, they can care less about your health.
Con.
Read.
51. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of thy kind, or flocks of thy sheep, until he have destroyed thee. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, until thy high and fenced walls come down.
Did we not read that?
Con.
Remember the 3 walls? They came down. Read.
Wherein thou trusted throughout all thy land, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which Ahayah thy God hath given thee. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thy own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which Ahayah thy God hath given thee, in the siege and in the straightness.
And the siege and the straightness of the famine that would be because of the war. Yes.
It also mentioned when we read cannibalism and everything that's saying here.
We went through that, not them. They caused it because the Most High sent them against us for disobedience.
Con.
Read.
In the siege and in the straightness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he shall leave, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he have nothing left him in the siege and in the straightness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that cometh out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straightness, wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in thy gates. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, Ahayah thy God, then the Most High will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed even great plagues, and of long continence, and sore sickness, and of long continence. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also, every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, them will Ahayah bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou wouldest not obey the voice of Ahayah.
There was a time when, wherever we looked around, it was way more us than them. Now there's way, right now in America, there's way more who than us. See? Everything is flipped. Read.
And it shall come to pass that as the Most High rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so Ahayah will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught. And ye shall be plucked from off the land whither thou goest to possess it. And the Most High shall scatter thee among all people from the one.
Now, let me ask you a question. Any so-called Jewish people in your neighborhood? If you travel, go over to Cancun or Mexico or to Jamaica, any Jewish people in their neighborhoods? Who do you see?
Israelites.
I don't care what land it is, we over there. Read.
And the Most High shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
See, on all kingdoms we will serve. Read.
And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And amongst these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest.
Man, this can't be the Jewish people. It can't be them. They soul got ease. They done wax fat. Read again. Keep reading that.
And among these nations shalt thou find no ease.
And among what nation have the Jewish people found no ease? No matter where we are, our people are in the same position. You go over to the UK, it's just like America. You go to Jamaica, it's probably worse. Go to Mexico, it's worse. Go to Canada, it's bad. Everywhere we are, our people are in the same predicament. But God's chosen people are over in our land living fat, ruling the world. That's a joke. The Bible say they are not the people. But the people can't speak that against a pseudo people, a fake people, because they're in power. They put their foot on our necks or cancel us altogether because they have the power to, which is contrary to the Bible. It says that God's people wouldn't have no might in their hands. They got all the might. Read.
And among these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But the Most High shall give thee there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have no assurance of thy life. In the morning thou shalt say,
You shall fear day and night and have no assurance of their life. That sounds like us, not them. You can't even speak against them, let alone do anything to them. They're not worried about nothing. See, we are. We fearing day and night. We have no assurance of our life, which proves that we are God's people, the Israelites, the true so-called Jews. Read.
In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even. And at even thou shalt say, would God it were morning. For the fear of thine heart wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. And Ahayah shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more
So
again.
it's saying we would go into captivity, slavery again, the last time during the period of the fourth beast, we will come over to a strange land by way of ship. When did the Jewish people ever come into slavery by way of ship? They funded slavery. They funded the ships. They set up mortgages for the slave master. The slave master paid them for the house and land. They capitalized off of our slavery. Who has ever done that? Doing the same thing to them. They never been in a slavery of biblical proportion like us. The Holocaust is no comparison to thousands of years of Holocaust to God's people. Read.
Verse 68, Deuteronomy chapter 28. And Ahayah shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships,
Into slavery again with ships.
by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again.
This is the final beast, the last beast.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you.
Ask y'all a question. During the so-called Holocaust, who was sold for buying men and buying women? I'm just saying. Next precept. Let's get this.
Baruch chapter 1 to chapter 2 verse 10.
Now, this is during the captivity of Babylon, the first beast, showing that slavery is not a strange thing to the children of Israel. I'm going to read this real quick, showing you the fulfillment and the consistency of what the covenant that our God signed with our fathers.
In the Apocrypha.
Baruch, chapter 1, I'm going to start at verse
1 through 2, or just at verse 2.
Verse 2.
Verse 2. Con, when everyone's there.
Go ahead. No, I'm going to read that. Go ahead, get it.
Chapter 1, verse 1. And these are the words of the book which Baruch, the son of Neriah, the son of Maasias, the son of Sedecius, the son of Asadius, the son of Celsius, wrote in Babylon in the 5th year and in the 7th day of the month, what time as the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burnt it with fire. And Baruch did read the words of this book in the hearing of Jeconiah, the son of Joachim, king of Judah, and in the ears of all the people that came to hear the book, and in the hearings of the nobles and of the king's sons, and in the hearings of the elders, and of all the people from the lowest unto the highest, even of all them that dwelt at Babylon by the river Sud. Whereupon they wept, fasted, and prayed before the Most High. They made also a collection of money according to every man's power. And they sent it to Jerusalem unto Joachim the high priest, the son of Celsius, son of Salom, and to the priests, and to all the people which were found with him at Jerusalem. At the same time, when he received the vessels of the house of the Most High that were carried out of the temple, to return them into the land of Judah, the 10th day of the month, Sivan, namely silver vessels which Sedecius, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, had made. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away Jeconiah and the princes.
He said that he would send our kings and the people over into captivity, right? This is not Esau, people. This is Jacob. Read.
And the captives and the mighty men and the people of the land from Jerusalem, and brought them unto Babylon. And they said, Behold, we have sent you money to buy you burnt offerings, and sin offerings, and incense, and prepare ye manna, and offer upon the altar of Ahayah our God, and pray for the life of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and for the life of Balthasar, his son, that their days may be upon earth as the days of heaven. And the Most High will give us strength and lighten our eyes, and we shall live under the shadow of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and under the shadow of Balthasar, his son. And we shall serve them many days and find favor in their sight. Pray for us also unto Ahayah our God, for we have sinned against Ahayah our God. And until this day, the fury of the Most High and his wrath is not turned from us.
Now, the difference between us and them is they know who they are and why they're in their situation. We don't know who we are and why we're in our situation. But we're learning who we are. Huh? No, it's fine. No. We'll go to 2:10.
2:10.
Yep.
Chapter 2, verse 2.
Yep. Let's get it.
Verse 14. And ye shall read this book which we have sent unto you, to make confession in the house of the Most High, upon the feast and solemn days. And ye shall say, to Ahayah our God belongeth righteousness, but unto us the confusion of faces, as it is come to pass this day unto them of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests, and to our prophets, and to our fathers. For we have sinned before the Most High, and disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of Ahayah our God, to walk in the commandments that he gave us openly, since the day that the Most High brought our forefathers out of the land of Egypt, until this present day. We have been disobedient to Ahayah our God.
Now, let's stop right there for a second. And let's just bring back something to light. The so-called Jewish people never, if they were the people, they would be saying that the Holocaust happened because of what these brothers are saying right now. But they blame Germans for their so-called destruction. You see, our forefathers knew why they was in their captivity. In the last days, Most High said he would bring back our captivity. He would wake us up and teach us of who we are, who he is, and why we're in a situation, and how to get out of it. So those who are still in darkness don't understand, but us who are in the light, we understand. We're echoing the same words as our forefathers. But the Jewish people never said that, that the God of heaven, the God of their fathers, was punishing them for not following his laws. They never said that. They're not the people. And he's not their God. Read. Where we at?
Verse 19. Since the day that the Most High brought our forefathers out of the land of Egypt until this present day.
So he didn't bring the Jewish people forefathers out of the land of Egypt. Ever. Read.
We have been disobedient to Ahayah our God, and we have been negligent in not hearing his voice. Wherefore the evils cleaved unto us, and the curse which the Most High appointed by Moses his servant at the time that he brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt, to give us a land that floweth with milk and honey, like as it is to see this day.
Now we just read about the covenant and the curses. Read.
Nevertheless, we have not hearkened unto the voice of Ahayah, according unto all the words of the prophets whom he sent unto us. But every man followed the imagination of his own wicked heart, to serve the strange gods, and to do evil in the sight of Ahayah. Therefore, the Most High have made good his word which he pronounced against us, and against our judges that judged Israel, and against our kings, and against our princes, and against the men of Israel and Judah, to bring upon us great plagues, such as never happened under the whole heaven, as it came to pass in Jerusalem, according to the things that were written in the law of Moses, that a man should eat the flesh of his own son, and the flesh of his own daughter. Moreover,
in Masada in 70 AD, it was not the first time. This is in Babylonian captivity. 2 kingdoms before the Roman kingdom. Read.
Moreover, he have delivered them to be in subjection to all the kingdoms that are round about us.
Moreover, he has delivered them to be in subjection to all the kingdoms that are round about us, to serve our enemies, the one of all things. Read.
To be as a reproach and desolation among all the people round about.
Are we not? So you see the consistency. This is 3 kingdoms ago. 2 kingdoms ago. No, 2. It'd be 3. It's consistent what we are going through and went through. It's the exact same thing in every kingdom that we've served. Okay? Identifying that we are the people of promise, the Israelites. Read.
To be as a reproach and desolation among all the people round about, where the Most High have scattered them. Thus we were cast down and not exalted.
See, we're the reproach. Everything that they portray us as is a reproach. They don't reproach no other nation but us. Read.
Thus we were cast down and not exalted, because we have sinned against Ahayah, and have not been obedient unto his voice. To Ahayah our God appertaineth righteousness, but unto us and to our fathers open shame, as appeareth this day. For all these plagues are come upon us, which the Most High hath pronounced against us. Yet have we not prayed before the Most High, that we might turn every one from the imaginations of his wicked heart. Wherefore the Most High watched over us for evil, and the Most High hath brought it upon us. For Ahayah is righteous in all his works which he hath commanded us. Yet we have not hearkened unto his voice, to walk in the commandments of the Most High, that he hath set before us.
Con.
Same book, chapter 4, verses 4 through 8. Verse 4 reads, O Israel, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to the Most High are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. Ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because ye moved God to wrath. Ye were delivered unto the enemies. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils, and not to God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting God that brought you up, and ye have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you.
Con. So let's remember that as a memorial, why we are suffering. Do not the things of our wicked forefathers, which is following the imagination of our wicked hearts, sacrificing or entertaining or being in these false religions. Next precept.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verses 34 through 37.
Almost done, people.
Con, when everyone's there. Jeremiah chapter 31, verses 34 through 37. Verse 34 reads, And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know Ahayah, for they shall all know me. From the least of them unto the greatest of them, says the Most High. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. Thus says Ahayah, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea when the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. Ahayah is his name. If those ordinances depart from before me, says the Most High, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Thus says Ahayah, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, says Ahayah.
We're showing that we have not vanished. We're here, people.
Time.
The Most High never cast us off. Next precept.
Romans chapter 11, verses 1 through 36.
I got it.
Con, when everyone's there.
Showing that God has not cast us off and what's really going on, my people. I say then, have the Most High cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. See, they don't talk like that. See, they Israelis. Jewish people. Paul knew who he was. God had not cast away his people, which he foreknew. Were you not what the scriptures say to Elias, how he maketh intercession to God against Israel, saying, Ahayah, they have killed thy prophets and digged down thy altars, and I am left alone and they seek my life. But what saith the answer of Ahayah unto him? I have reserved to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal. Even so then, at this present time also, there's a remnant according to the election of grace. And if by grace, then it is no more of works, otherwise grace is no more grace. But if it be of works, meaning the sacrificial laws, then it is no more grace, otherwise work is no more work. What then? Israel have not attained that which it seeketh for, but the election have attained it, and the rest were blinded. So the election are those who are following Christ. The rest are blinded because they're still following the works of the sacrificial laws and have rejected Christ. According as it is written, Ahayah hath given them the spirit of slumber, eyes that they should not see, and ears that they should not hear until this day. And David said, let their table be made a snare, and a trap, and a stumbling block, and a recompense unto them. Let their eyes be darkened, that they may not see, and bow down their back always, be a slave always, because they think money is salvation. I say then, have they stumbled that it should fall? God forbid. But rather through their fall, salvation is coming to the Gentiles to provoke them to jealousy. So salvation, by our fall, salvation, we're going to talk about what is the Most High talking about. Now, verse 12, now if the fall of them be the richest of the world, so because we fell, the Gentiles have received the richest of the world, right? Verse 12, now if the fall of the Israelites be the richest of the world, and the diminishing of them the richest of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness? So if we the Gentiles, again, where is our riches? Because the people who had the riches fell. And it was like Christ says, what a man has will be given to another if he don't do what he's supposed to do. It's been given to another because we didn't do what we're supposed to do. So it's showing that the Gentiles, that's why, what? It's, what was it? The wealth gap, it's like less than 1% or something like that. They have riches of the world. We're not even, have a percent of the world's resources or riches. Showing that we're not the Gentiles. Okay. For I speak to you Gentiles, inasmuch as I am the apostle of the Gentiles, I magnify my office. If by any means I may provoke to immolation them which are my flesh, and might save some of them. For if the casting away of them be the reconciling of the world, that shall be, what should the receiving of them be, but life from the dead? For if the first fruit be holy, the lump is also holy. And if the root be holy, so are the branches. And if some of the branches were broken off, and thou, being a wild olive tree, were grafted in among them, and with them partakers of the root and fatness of the olive tree, boast not against the branches. But if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee. Thou would say then, the branches were broken off that I may be grafted in. That's what they have told us. We didn't believe in Christ, so he made them his people. Never that. Paul warned Gentiles about saying stuff like that. Well, because of unbelief they were broken off, and thou standest by faith. But be not high-minded, but fear. For if God spared not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee. Behold, therefore, the goodness and severity of God on them which fell, severity. Behold, what? See how severe he is to us, breaking his laws. What do you think you got coming? But towards thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness, otherwise thou also should be cut off. And they also, if they abide not still in unbelief, should be grafted in, for God is able to graft them in again. That's the whole premise of the Messiah coming. For if thou were cut out of the olive tree, which is wild by nature, and were grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree, how much more should these, which be of the natural branches, be grafted into their own olive tree? So this going to show you that there's no such thing of religion making you a nationality. He's still separating the natural branches from the wild. You're grafted in among the natural. You're not, because you keep God's law, become a Hebrew. Hebrew is it's a nation. You don't follow Hinduism and become Asian. You can. So the religion does not make you a people. It make you a follower of a people's God, which they do not follow. 25. For I would not, brethren, that ye should be ignorant of this mystery, lest ye should be wise in your own conceits. That blindness in part is happened to Israel, because what? They rejected Christ. And we're still rejecting Christ by following this paganism, this Christianity, these strange gods, religions, doctrine of the devils. The blindness in part has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. And so all Israel should be saved, as it is written, there should come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob. So the Messiah will come and turn away ungodliness from those who will obey him and love him. And all Israel is the true seed of Israel, those who really follow the Messiah. Because all Israel is not Israel. So all Israel is talking about those who follow his son, the Messiah, Yahshua. Deliverer, verse 26, and so shall all Israel be saved, as is written, there shall come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob. For this is my covenant unto them, when I should take away their sins. As concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sakes. But touching the election, they are beloved for the Father's sake. For the gifts and callings of God are without repentance. For as ye in time past have not believed God, ye have now attained mercy through their unbelief. Even so have these also not known, even so have these also now not believed, that through your mercy they also may obtain mercy. For God has concluded them all in unbelief, that he might have mercy upon all. Oh, the depths of the riches, both of the wisdom and knowledge of Ahayah. How unsearchable are his judgments, and his ways past finding out. For who hath known the mind of Ahayah, and who hath been his counselor, or who hath first given to him, and it shall be recompensed unto him again. For of him, and through him, and to him are all things, to whom be the glory forever. Amen. So it's showing you, even Paul at the time being the minister, the apostle of the Gentiles, never said that the Gentiles were Jews. They were still Gentiles, even though they followed the Messiah. Yeah. I don't really. This is the last two scriptures.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. When everyone's there. Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie.
But do lie. All they do is lie, and they made laws to protect their lies. Right?
Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
And to know that he has loved his special people, his peculiar possession. Israel.
Last precept, Revelation chapter 13, verses 1 through 8. Verse 1 reads, And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power.
So the Most High has given John, the Revelator, a similar vision he gave Daniel, talking about this beast. And let's see who is the god of the Romans, the fourth beast, the Edomites, the fake Jewish people. Read.
And the dragon gave him his power.
Satan gave them their power.
And his seat and great authority.
And his seat and great authority. So who has authority in the earth today? The Jewish people. the serpent seed. Read.
Verse 3. And I saw one of his heads, and as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed.
The papacy, the Roman papacy. Read.
And all the world wandered after the beast, and they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against the Most High, to blaspheme his name.
That's all they do. Everything they do is blasphemy. It's against the Most High. A mark of who these people are. The Jewish people. Satan's children. Read.
To blaspheme his name, and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints, and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds, and tongues, and nations. Verse 8. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of the life of the Lamb, slain from the foundation of the world.
The whole world is not written, most of the world is not written in the Lamb's book of life, for they keep not his commandments or acknowledge and serve the Messiah. So all those who are not keeping God's laws are worshiping the beast and the dragon. The 13th tribe. Let's give you a little history. The country of Khazars, the country of the Khazars, a people of Turkish stock. Not Israel stock, Turkish stock. The Khazar country lay across the natural line of advance of the Arabs. Within a few years of the death of Muhammad, the armies of the Caliphate, sweeping northward towards the wreckage of two empires and carrying all before them, reached the great mountain barriers of the Caucasus. This barrier once passed, the road lay open to the lands of Eastern Europe. As it was, on the line of the Caucasus, the Arabs met the forces of an organized military power, which effectively prevented them from extending their conquest in this direction. The wars of the Arabs and the Khazars, which lasted more than 100 years, though little known, have thus considerable historical importance. The Franks of Charles Martel on the field of Tours turned the tide of Arab invasion. At about the same time, the threat to Europe in the east was hardly less acute. The victorious Muslims were met and held by the forces of the Khazar kingdom. And the people, they said the Muslim, but they're talking about the Moors. Okay? It can scarcely be doubted that but for the existence of the Khazars in the region north of Caucasus, I said Byzantium, the bulwark of European civilization in the east, would have found itself outflanked by the Arabs, and the history of Christianity and Islam might well have been very different from what we know. I'm gonna go here. A few years later, probably around 740, the king, his court, and the military rulers class embraced the Jewish faith. Now, this is that. So listen to this. Remember we read about the new Jewish faith? Mm-hmm. And Judaism became a state religion of the Khazars. No doubt their contemporaries were astonished by this decision, as modern seculars were when they came across the evidence in the Arab, Byzantine, Russian, and Hebrew sources. One of the most recent comments is to be found in a work by the Hungarian Marxist historian Dr. Anatol Bartha. His book of the Maya society in the 8th and 9th century has several chapters on the Khazars, as during most of that period the Hungarians were ruled by them. Yet their conversion to Judaism is discussed in a single paragraph. With obvious embarrassment, it reads, "Our investigation cannot go into problems pertaining to the history of ideals, but we must call the reader's attention to the matter of the Khazar kingdom's state religion. It was the Jewish faith which became the official religion of the ruling strata of society. Needless to say, the acceptance of the Jewish faith as the state religion of an ethnically non-Jewish people. Read again. Needless to say that the acceptance of the Jewish faith as the state of religion of an ethnically non-Hebrew people could be the subject of interesting speculation. We shall, however, confine ourselves to the remark that this official conversion, in defiance of Christian proselytizing by Byzantium, the Muslim influence from the East, and in spite of the political pressure of these two powers, to a religion which had no support from any political power, but was persecuted by nearly all, has come as a surprise to all historians concerned with the Khazars, and cannot be considered as accidental, but must regard a sign of the independent policy pursued by that kingdom. Go down. The general picture that emerged from these fragmentary pieces of information is that of a migration of Khazars tribe and communities into those regions of Eastern Europe, mainly Russia and Poland, were at dawn of the modern age. The greatest concentration of the so-called Jewish people were found. This has led several historians to conjecture that a subsequent part, and perhaps the majority of Eastern Jews, and hence the world Jewry, might be of Khazars and not of Shemitic origin. A far-reaching implication of this hypothesis may explain that great caution exercised by historians in approaching this subject, if they do not avoid it together. Thus, in 1973 edition of the Encyclopedia Judaica, the article Khazars is signed by Dunlap, but there is a separate section dealing with Khazar Jews after the fall of the kingdom, signed by the editors and written with the obvious intent to avoid upsetting believers in the dogma of the chosen race. You finish reading that for me? No, right here.
Right.
Okay.
The Turkish-speaking Karaites, a fundamental Jewish sect of the Crimea, Poland, and elsewhere, have affirmed a connection with the Khazars, which is perhaps confirmed by evidence from folklore and anthropology as well as language. There seems to be a considerable amount of evidence attesting to the continued presence in Europe of descendants of the Khazars. How important in quantitative terms is that presence of the Caucasian sons of Japheth in the tents of Shem? One of the most radical propounders of the hypothesis concerning the Khazar origins of Jewry is the professor of medieval Jewish history at Tel Aviv University, Ayan Poliak. His book, Khazaria in Hebrew, was published in 1944 in Tel Aviv, a second edition in 1951. In his introduction, he writes that the facts demand a new approach both to the problem of the relations between the Khazar Jewry and other Jewish communities, and to the question of how far we can go in regarding this Khazar Jewry as the nucleus of the large Jewish settlement in Eastern Europe. The descendants of this settlement, those who stayed where they were, those who immigrated to the United States and to other countries, and those who went to Israel, constitute now the large majority of the world Jewry. This was written before the full extent of the Holocaust was known, but that does not alter the fact that the large majority of surviving Jews in the world is of Eastern Europe.
Jewish people, not true Jews, as we know.
Khan. And thus perhaps mainly of Khazar origin. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from the Jordan, but from the Volga.
From where? Not from the Jordan, but from where?
From the Volga.
Volga.
Not from Canaan, but from the Caucasus.
Khan.
Once believed to be the cradle of the Aryan race.
Of the who?
Of the Aryan race.
Of the Aryan race. Read.
And that genetically they are more closely related to the Hun, Ugar, and Magyar tribes than to the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism will become void of meaning, based on a misapprehension shared by both the killers and their victims. The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly emerges from the past, began to look like the cruelest hoax which history has ever perpetrated.
Stop there. The cutest host ever perpetuated. I'm gonna read this last part on page 244. I'm gonna say the Jewish people who inhabit it, regardless of their, you see that? Where? Shake where? Keker origin poses the essential requirements of a nation, a country of their own, a common language which they created, government and army. The Jews of diaspora has none of these requirements of a nationhood. What sets them apart as a special category from the Gentiles amidst whom they live is their declared religion, whether they practice it or not. Here lies the basic difference between Israelis and Jews of the diaspora. That's us, the Jews of diaspora. The former have acquired a national identity. The latter a label as Jews only by their religion, not by their nationality, not by their race. Okay. I'm just going to just a little bit here. Time's sake. Book I showed y'all earlier. I'm just going to read just a little bit of it. Let's see. The descendants of Esau say the Jewish rabbins, the sworn enemies of the descendants of Jacob, even to the end of the world, were at first a small nation inhabiting Mount Zer, an adjacent country, contiguous to the land of Canaan. They were easily confined within their own limits, so long as the Israelites enjoy a great and formidable empire in Canaan. But after that, the powerful republic of the 12 tribes have been destroyed by the Assyrians and Babylonians. They wonderfully increased in number and in strength, exceeded their dominion in the west, segregated Italy, founded Rome and the Roman Empire, and at length entirely overturned the Jewish state or the Hebrew state, the second temple being destroyed by Titus Vespasius, and professing the religion of the Messiah, which they were first of all nations to embrace. They hold Jacob in captivity to Messiah when David should appear. So it's saying that these Romans will hold Jacob in captivity till the Messiah come. The rabbins further assert that the prophecies of the prophet against Esau, Edom, and the cities of Edom have as yet received but a partial accomplishment, and that they will obtain their fulfillment in the punishment and destruction of Rome. Christians. I didn't write this. They designate the eternal city impious Rome. Understand that? Impious Rome. That's ungodly. They dominate her empire. They denominate her empire the impious kingdom, or kingdom of impiety. Remember the border of wickedness? And they believe that the son of David will not come until this impious kingdom shall have been extended over the whole world. Such is the tradition of the rabbins, and Papal Rome have done her utmost to suppress it, but without success. The two citations following will be sufficient for our present purpose. Let me see. Go ahead. Let's get to the video. Okay. What is it, 26, 28? All right. Last bit of this. But if rejecting these, the such like tertiary, okay. Behold, thy dwelling should be the fatness. They're talking about the prophecy we read about Esau. Behold, thy dwelling should be of the fatness of the earth and of the dew of heaven from above, to place the reader in full possession of the glowing description of Italy of Italy given by Donus, it would be necessary to transcribe nearly the whole of 2 of the chapters of this Roman antiquities, of his Roman antiquities. In his opinion, Italy is excuse me, Italy excels in fertility, not merely the countries of Europe, but those of every other portion of the world, not excepting even Egypt, Libya, and Babylonian. He speaks practically of the fatness of the earth, the corn lands, producing as much as 3 crops in a single year. And as in referring to the very prophecy we are now considering, he notices the dew of heaven from above, the dewness and moisture of the herbage, which keep the cattle feeding on it always in good conditions. Then he describes the happy temperatures of the climate, suiting themselves to every season, so that neither the formation of fruit nor the constitution of animals were in the least injured by excessive cold or heat. And lastly, he affirms that the plains of below Alba, the central city of the Latins, were beautiful to the eyes, rich in the produce of all sorts of fruit, and in no regard inferior to other parts of Italy. And by thy sword shall thou live. The Romans were perhaps the very people of whom it might mostly justly be predicated that they got their living by the sword. War, said the elder Cato, is the business of the Roman people. As the Romans themselves relate, says Mithridates, that they were nourished by the dogs of a wolf. So all the people have the disposition of wolves, neither to be saturated with blood and power, greedy and hungry after riches, and Meniscus fetus, whatever the Romans hold, cultivate, or possess, it is a prey won by propagate boldness. All their temples are erected out of the ruins of the cities, and the plunder of the gods, and thou shalt serve thy brother. This portion, and only this portion of the prophecy, was certainly accomplished by the Edomites of the east. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt wander far away, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. To what part of the history of the Edomites, yet ascertain, will we refer these words for their fulfillment? When did Esau attain dominion? When did he wander from Mount Seir? And whether in his wandering did he go? Yet Rome, Idumea's origin admitted. What prophecy ever received accomplishment more literal and complete in the destruction of Jerusalem and the segregation of Judea and the Jews? This acknowledged mistress of the nations did indeed break off the yoke imposed by Jacob on her neck. I'm just going to stop right there. But it is showing that the Romans are Edomites, Caucasians. We're just going to watch some of this, and we're going to shut it down. Let me see. Go ahead. Hit it. I need the microphone. What microphone at?
Kanye West joins us now. As you know, he's been all over the headlines, and not just because his music is dominant as a genre in and of itself. There's no question about the man's artistry and mastery. I got 2 generations of people in my family that love his music. But it's not about his music right now. Most recently, it was announced that he is making a bid or a deal at some stage to acquire the conservative social media platform Parler, which is right now offline. Why? Is this because he was kicked off Twitter and Instagram? Is that what it's about? Let's discuss the relevance and the resonance with the man himself, Kanye West. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, but I want you guys to hear me and see me.
Fair
Can you hear me and
use.
see me?
I can.
Fair
I
use.
see you. You're in the back of a car. You got a hoodie and a hat on.
Okay, cool. I see it. I see the double. All right. You guys are supposed to be made aware to use my legal name, Ye. I've changed my name like how Cassius Clay changed his name to Muhammad Ali. I'm sure you guys didn't mean it as any disrespect, but Indisa on the Chiron changed my name to Ye. You can say formerly known as Kanye West if you like to, but my name is Ye.
Why'd you change it?
Just
I'm a fast person.
lot of that they don't agree with.
So, couldn't it also be that you have said things that offend the community guidelines, like anti-Semitic comments and things that are seen as insensitive and potentially threatening to communities that we try to protect?
Well, I don't like the term anti-Semitic. It's been a term that's allowed people, specifically in my industry, to get away with murder sometimes, literally, and get away with robbing and doing bad people. People always say, I got screwed on a deal. Would that become as a surprise to you if I said, hey, a music exec screwed someone on a deal? Does that sound kind of like normal, commonplace to you? So for me,
It doesn't have anything to do with being anti-Semitic unless you believe that all record producers are Jewish, or, it's when you talk about Jewish people specifically as targeting them that creates a problem.
It's anti-Semitic, but I don't believe in that term. One thing is, black people are also Jew. I classify as Jew also. So I actually can't be an anti-Semite. So the term is actually, it's not factual. But
I understand you think that, but I don't think that's a common understanding that black people can say whatever they want about Jewish people.
But I'm willing to talk with inside the common understanding until we get the truth. The common understanding more oftentimes than not nowadays, is not the truth. All right, so think about this. But let's just take a woman could have one bad man in her life that can make her dislike men. Let her have two. Let her have three. Let her have four. There's got to be over 10 times that I've been screwed or bad business has been done with me just in the past 2 years. In the past 2 years alone. And what I'm doing, I'm calling out the Jewish community as a whole to say, people say to me, oh, we grew up on Ye. And talk to your brothers. Ask them, why is Ye upset? Everybody, all they want to do is silence and shoot the messenger.
Yeah, but you have to understand. You have to understand how.
Wait, so you have to understand. I'm not finished, sir.
All right, but you already made a point that I need to deal with. But go ahead. Let me know when you're done.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I don't mean to be rude on your show. Thank you for the platform. Everyone wants to shoot the messenger, and you look at how your point was going to start. You have to understand. But the thing is, the Jewish people that I'm talking about don't have to understand. And that is that privilege that I'm not going to allow. When I wore the White Lives Matter t-shirt, the Jewish underground media mafia already started attacking me. They canceled my 4 SoFi Stadium shows, right? They had the press, the same people, the 78 outlets that when I was arguing with Pete Davidson and Trevor Noah, they called me an abuser for arguing with people about my ex-wife and my family and when I get to see my kids and when I don't. And they just immediately disrespect me. They keep the crazy narrative going. They never call me a billionaire. We never talked about, even on this one right here, hey, tycoon, billionaire, visionary, inventor. These are never used. If you go to New York Times or Wall Street Journal, whatever, they always say the rapper. The rapper. It was hard enough for us to get fashion designer. I'm going to give a pause so you can address what you want to address.
Appreciate it. So, look, there is no Jewish media cabal mafia. That is a figment of either your imagination or a projection of a prejudice. Okay, you may have had bad business dealings with people. It's about those people. It's not about their religion or faith. And I know that you are intelligent and understand that when you target people because of their faith, other people may do so the same. They've been targeted before. They've been abused and killed because of what they believe and who they are. So we don't want to tolerate that. And you're playing into that right now, whether you know that or not.
I won't tolerate it as a black person. What you just said was a statement. You're trying to say that there isn't a collective. Over 50% of the executives in Hollywood, the CEOs, are Jewish. And these guys
That's
know
different
each
than
other.
saying it's a mafia and that they act as Jews in some way, as opposed to just being businessmen. One plays to a prejudice, the other one just plays to people and an ugly business, which is what the record business is. So
Okay,
you
so
can have
now,
your feelings
earlier
about
when
it, just don't ascribe it to their faith.
Wait a second. You can't tell me what to do or feel, first of all.
I know, but I can
You
tell
can say-
you what is wrong about what you say.
No, you said that it's not a mob. Mob culture, here's the idea of a mob. People target, there's no term, have you ever heard the term the white vote? Because there isn't a white vote, because white people can vote the way they want. Black people, we fought. My grandparents, my mother fought in civil rights. My grandfather drove the first march out of Oklahoma. My mother used to work for Jesse Jackson at Operation Push. My dad was a Black Panther. My family are freedom fighters, and we fought for the right to vote. You realize when I wore a red hat that my life was threatened?
I know.
By my Jewish managers, by my Jewish lawyer, by my Jewish accountant,
Your
by
lawyer
my
and
Jewish
your accountant
friends inside the
threatened your
music
life?
industry, you said not specifically the accountant, but there were many people who threatened my life. Also, my family was torn apart off of my political opinion because of my ex-wife's
Fair use.
attachment to the Clinton administration. I mean, they were getting my ex-wife to push the vaccination. I didn't realize how attached they were to the left agenda when I was
Vaccinations
there. 'Cause I
are
was
not a
responsible-
left agenda. Yay.
Okay, I understand. Okay, not specifically the vaccinations, but period, that they're on Zoom calls during COVID with literally Biden and Kamala and Chris Paul and all kind of people, celebrities, John Legend, Chrissy Teigen, all these same group of people that come and attack me for what they call wrong think groups, all
And
these
look, you
people-
don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to say what people want you to say, but you have to understand and accept what people will and won't
That's the thing.
tolerate.
I don't have to understand or accept because they're not willing to understand or accept. And that's the reason why I'm not backing down. People have had their careers destroyed. That's why they keep on saying, oh, well, yeah, Ye's dangerous because he will keep talking. He will
It's
keep
what
talking.
you say. It's when you say
Okay.
Jewish people own the black vote. When I wake up, I'm going DEFCON
Jewish
3 on
people
Jewish
own
people.
the black voice.
These are not things that you can say coming from a place of intelligence or love or anything productive.
I am. I'm coming from a place of
Fair use.
love and a place of we're not going to be owned by the Jewish media anymore. If you think about every celebrity,
Kanye.
if you look at their contract, and I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
I know, but
If
you
look
have,
at
you have to understand this
wait,
idea
bro,
of the Jewish
hey,
media.
hey, don't do
That's
that,
not how
don't
it
do that,
works.
don't
You're
do
talking to
that,
me right now.
So every celebrity,
Go ahead.
every celebrity has Jewish people in their contract. This is not hate speech. This is the truth. And these people, if you say anything out of the line with the agenda, then your career could be over.
Listen,
So
let
any
me-
person that's
I
getting
hear
here-
you. You
why do
made that
keep on
point.
cutting off my point?
Because the
I love
point
you,
is
sir.
because
why
it's
do
a-
you keep why?
Yeah,
no, sir.
here's why.
Don't cut me off, sir. Respect my
I've
point.
listened to it. You've made it several times.
No, I'm not finished, sir.
I
You're
understand,
trying- look,
but
I'm
you've
not
said it
finished, sir.
several times,
I'm not
and
finished,
it is
sir.
an
But my
ugly
people haven't
thought.
heard me. My people, they
People
need
have
to
heard you.
hear They need to hear me saying out loud what the truth is. There's a bunch of people in Hollywood that are actors, that play basketball, that play sports, that are in music, that know what I'm saying, that feel what I'm saying, and they're happy that I'm saying what I'm saying. It's not from a place of anti-Semitism.
That is
Some of my best
inherently
friends are Jewish,
anti-Semitic.
and I'm also
And if
Jewish.
they're your
Some of my
friends,
best-
if they're
Why
your
are you
friends,
talking over me, bro?
because I'm
You're
trying to
make it seem
correct what you're
hostile.
saying that is
No, it's not a because.
damaging
That's-
to decency.
No, yo, but you can't talk over me. You can't talk
Then
over
stop
me.
and give me a chance to make the point that you need to listen to.
Don't cut off. I need to make a clear point. And when am I allowed to make a point that you don't
You've
cut
been
me off?
talking overwhelmingly during this segment, yeah, and I'm
Well, you're
happy to give
calling
you the
me.
time, but
No, you're not. No, you're not.
well, I can't
It's a
just
hostile
give you unrestricted license to attack Jewish people and say that
Exactly.
they're
I'm
your
not
friends
attacking. I'm
because
not attacking
that's
Jewish people.
anti-Semitic and it's
Okay,
dangerous.
Are you going to give me a platform? Are you going to give me a platform?
I am giving you a platform, but
Okay,
listen.
wait. So you talk and tell me when I can get my.
All right, good. Right after I ask you this,
Fair
I'll give you
use.
the rest of the time before you go. Here's my concern for you. When I hear how you talk about your personal life and you put things out there and you get into these looping thoughts of what you believe, it sounds to me like you are sometimes out of control and that this is something that you should be dealing with. Now, I'm not excusing your thoughts as illness,
Fair use.
okay? People attack
Educational
me for that and
purposes
say,
only.
hey, just because you're concerned about whether Kanye West is taking care of himself emotionally and
My
mentally.
name's Jay, sir. My name's Jay.
Ye, I'm sorry. Ye is taking care of himself mentally and emotionally. You shouldn't say that. He has to be held to account for what he says. Both things can be true. Have you been taking care of your health? And in terms of making sure that you are behaving and thinking at your best?
I love what the way you worded it. What you don't realize is when it runs back, people are gonna say, "Wow, have you been making sure you're behaving?" If you run that back,
That's not what I'm
you're
saying.
gonna be like,
That's
"Whoa."
not what I'm saying. You're trying to cheapen the point. I'm trying to make sure that you're healthy and you're taking care of
No,
your health.
Did you work out this morning?
No.
Okay. The thing is, okay, so when do I have a?
But I took my medicine.
But
But I took my antidepressant medication that I take every day.
Bro, you're cutting me off. When do I get a platform?
It's all you. Go.
Okay. I don't have to say how much money's in my account. I don't have to say who I voted on. I don't have to say why I changed my name. The life for a black person in America is like a constant test. Even after we're out of high school, after we're out of college, we're always being questioned. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Do you think that I just had the right, and this is a rhetorical question because I don't want you to answer it. Do you think I had the right to just vote for Trump? I didn't even vote for Trump because of the people that were around me.
Yes, you have the right.
Okay, so for all of my fellow entertainers that know what I'm saying, I'm not speaking what is called hate speech. I'm saying something that happened out loud to me. And what I'm saying is, when I said DEFCON 3, what I was saying
Fair
is,
use.
I'm going to talk about all these things that I saw that just so happened to be by Jewish executives or Jewish friends of mine, where I saw people pulling my coattail, telling me behave, instantly running the narrative that I'm off, that you need to take your meds. Even this was not supposed to be this conversation. I don't get a clean platform to tell my truth without being being called out my name, being called subtly, called crazy. I'm saying I'm out of control. Part of this thing is you got people on my ex-wife's side and this person, Tracy Romulus, every day running a narrative. This person's not even around me because I'm not saying what the media wants me to say. We're fighting.
You're definitely saying what the media wants you to say because it drives headlines and clickbait because of how outrageous it is. What I'm saying is, I just hope that you're taking care of yourself for your kids and the people you care about, because what you're saying is
Fair use.
not right
That's
and not
unfair
decent.
for you to make the conversation to say, okay, did I say something? It's unfair to make it be about, oh, are you taking care of yourself? The reason why I repeated it a bunch of times saying, for all of my friends that are in the entertainment industry, that are black actors, black athletes, and black musicians. One of the things that's interesting about the moment at the Fife funeral is there's so many black musicians signed to Jewish record labels, and those Jewish record labels take ownership not only of the publishing, like how MC Search is selling Nas publishing right now, but also ownership of the culture itself. It's like, oh, that's mine. This guy signed to me. It's like a modern day slavery. And I'm calling it out. That's what DEFCON 3 meant. I'm going to call it out. It didn't mean I wish any harm on my fellow
you say you're
Jews.
going DEFCON 3 on them. Look, I'm out of time on this. I wanted to give you a platform to explain it.
Wait a second. I just said what I meant. Did you want me to say what I meant?
I hear
Did
you.
it
You
make
said
sense?
you said what you meant. I'm just telling you how I take it and how I think other people are taking it, and how I think how your friends who are Jewish
you said
are
how you
taking it.
took it. What do you mean take it? I just came and said and explained this is what I meant by it. I meant I'm calling out all these contracts.
I know, but just
all these
because you're
situations
calling
where-
it out doesn't mean it's true. It's just what your opinion is. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about true things. If anyone else was in a position other than me to be able to call it out and would sacrifice themselves and take the risk, other people would say it. I'm not the first person that said it.
Or they
And
just
why
don't
you-
believe
Why
it.
are you dismissing? Why
I'm
are you
not dismissing the
what
point.
saying?
I'm dismissing the suggestion that Jewish record producers are inherently bad and do bad things when, as you said, in your own family lineage would suggest, Jews have been fighting shoulder to shoulder with black Americans as part of the freedom battle since its inception. They've given their lives. They've given their money. They've given their political capital to help that cause, and you know that, and I'm sure you heard it from your parents. So the idea that somehow they're out to get black people is just demonstrably false. But I got to go at that point, Ye, and I hope you appreciate
you make
the
a final
opportunity.
point. What I said
got
that
it.
you just want to make sure that I'm okay. It's about my health. It's not about.
I
my
do
truth.
believe that your health should be a concern for you and that you take
Yeah,
care
thank
of
you.
it.
It's about my health. It's not about my
It's
truth.
not all about your health. I think that you believe these things,
much.
and that's a problem.
You know what? Do you think I felt free in this interview?
Felt free? You got a tremendous
Free to
amount of
express
time on the #1 show at News Nation. You should feel free.
Thank you for telling me how I should feel. Good
You
night.
just asked me. Yay.
Thank you for telling me.
Good luck to you. I'll be watching.
It just, I don't know. I just want to show that, just to show you like the effort that these people put in to protect their lie. Like, Ye is trying to say, this is my truth. I know what I'm talking about. I go through these things. Who are you to sit here and tell me what I'm saying is not true? And he never said anything about their faith. But that's what they hide up under, that makes them so-called Jewish, because they so-called practice Judaism, which we know is not the doctrine of Christ. But yeah, but all in all, it's just showing how they control the narrative. If any one of us go against them, they sending people out to do what this guy is doing, trying to correct things. That's like, even he said, I just explained myself. I'm not talking about going to kill Jewish people. I'm saying I'm calling the things out. So how can you take something different than what I just said when I meant what I said? But it's showing you like how they control the narrative, and they're plotting to make this man seem like he's crazy. And this is it's weird to me that most of the people are on antidepressants, and they're happy to announce that. Through like sorcery, he had to see the whole world. So to conclude this whole matter, it's been a long lesson. All praise to the Most High that everybody had patience, and those who are watching this, I pray that you come back and finish watching this class. But we are the true Hebrews, and the true anti-Semitic people are the Jewish people. Their system, their hostility towards our people, the programs and the false education, the miseducation, and the financing of their school system, the financing of the entertainment, with movies and everything, that's anti-Semitic, because it is against us. It's against our God, which makes them the true anti-Semitic people. God bless. Ahayah.